Lauren entered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo entered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Nez entered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So does not enter roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So entered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So entered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So entered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika entered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie entered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair's here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair entered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay.
Here. I'm here.
Honorable Alma Begay entered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not enter roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not enter roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not enter roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not enter roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 19 members that entered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. I'm present.
19 in favor with Honorable Slater. That's 20. 20 members present, colleagues. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. That, continuing on down on our proposed agenda, we do have an invocation next, and colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and continue on with Honorable Vince James' invocation that he did this morning for us at the beginning of the Navajo Committee. Blessed day for us. So again, thank you, Honorable Vince James, for that. Moving on down, item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials, colleagues to the Navajo Nation. Any recognitions? Twice. Nobody in the queue. No one texted in. 3 times. Let's continue on down. Review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the agenda, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council via telecommunication. Thursday, June 3rd, 2021. Navajo Nation Council, Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting for roll call notification. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 007621. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
G. Allen, motion.
That motion by Honorable Keon Begay. Is there a second?
Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Edison Winika. Colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda here before us?
Should say Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead, floor is yours.
Is it time for me to put in Amendment 1?
Yes, it is, Honorable Eugene. So to the agenda.
Aquashia, Shapisto, so. Is it legislative tracking number 00882021? I believe you might have it there. That's my motion.
Motion on amendment number 1. To add on legislation 0088-21. This action is related to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to address dogs running at large and to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog attacks. Sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues,
Vice Chair. Second by Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, second. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? We don't have anybody texting in. Again, colleagues, this is an emergency legislation. With your vote, it states by your vote if this is actually an emergency to be added onto the agenda. That's an action related to the emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to address dogs running at large and to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog attacks. Going twice. Going 3 times for the board on amendment 1.
Honorable Almer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
Freeland votes green. Freeland votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable
Green
Eugene
oak.
So. Honorable
Green
Eugene
oak.
So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On amendment number 1. That, colleagues, let's continue on down. Back to the main motion on our agenda. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading on our agenda.
Mr. Speaker, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0088-21 to new business as new item B. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to the board, colleagues.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kaneswa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kennesaw Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kaneswa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Lord Israel Shehead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Going back up, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
I vote
Thomas Walker
green.
Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, we do have an agenda before us. That, let's continue on down. Item number 4,
20.
reports, there are
20.
none. Item number 5, old business, there's none. Item number 6,
22
new
0.
business.
22 0.
On legislation 0076-21, sponsored by Honorable Paul Gay, co-sponsored by Honorable Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Walker. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record, and then we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0076-21, in action relating to health, education, and human services, resources and development, Napakeetic committees, and Navajo Nation Council approving the reopening of the Lake Powell Navajo Tribal Park, Monument Valley, Navajo Tribal Park, Monument Valley Welcome Center, Little Colorado River, Navajo Tribal Park, Four Corners Monument, and Sayet Dene Heritage area at orange status, notwithstanding public health emergency order number 2021-005, and supporting the continued implementation of the Division of Economic Development's business reopening plan for businesses operating within the above-mentioned Navajo Nation parks and recreation sites at orange status, notwithstanding public health emergency order number 2021-005, sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. There are two committee reports, one committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommended do pass with the following amendments. Amendment number one, Exhibit A, Exchange Public Health Emergency Order number 2021-005 for Public Health Emergency Order number 2021-0092. In every place in the legislation where the word orange appears, replace with the word yellow. These places include page 1, line 22, page 3, lines 11, 12, 14, page 4, line 15, page 5, line 17, 22, 27, page 6, line 5. 3, in every place in the legislation where the numbers 2021-005 appear, replace with the numbers 2021-009. These places include page 1, lines 18, 23, page 3, lines 4, 7, 14, page 4, line 13, page 5, line 18, 23, page 6, lines 2 and 8. 4, page 3, lines 5 and 6, amend as follows. After experiencing a overstrike gradual downward trajectory of new cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound, and overstrike, insert new language, plateau of low cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound. 5, page 3, line 14, delete 2 and insert 3, page 3, line 15, delete 25 and insert 57, page 3, line 17, delete 25 and insert 58, page 3, line 22 through 25, amend as follows. Overstrike Marina and Parks appointment only before casinos and video poker. After allowed to open, insert at 50% of maximum occupancy. After Navajo Nation residents, insert comma citizens. After no visitors or tourists, insert or overstrike sentence not allowed in orange phase, youth programs, museums, flea markets, roadside markets, gyms, recreation facilities, and movie theaters. End overstrike. 9, page 3, line 26 through 29, delete paragraph G in its entirety. 10, page 3, line 26, insert new paragraph G as follows. New paragraph G, Public Health Emergency Order number 2021-009 at page 2, paragraph D states, restaurants may provide indoor dining at 25% of maximum occupancy. Marinas and parks are allowed to open at 25% of maximum occupancy to Navajo Nation residents, citizens, and employees only, no visitors and tourists. Tour businesses must follow the HCOC reopening guidelines for tour businesses. Museums are allowed to open at 25% maximum occupancy and underscore. 11, page 3, line 30, page 4, lines 1 through 4, delete paragraph H in its entirety. Read letter remaining paragraphs. 12, page 4, lines 9 through 11, delete. Overstrike, Navajo Nation is experiencing a gradual downward trajectory of new cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound. End overstrike. And insert the following language, underscore, the Navajo Nation is experiencing a plateau of low cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound. End underscore. Amendment number 2 on page 1, line 23, insert the following at the end of line 23, semicolon, and approving the reopening of Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads notwithstanding public health emergency order 2021-009 and resolution number CMA-16-20. On page 2, line 10, at the end of line 10, add the following sentence. The Resource and Development Committee also has authority over roads and transportation on the Navajo Nation, 2 NNC section 501B1 and B2B. 3, page 5, line 12, add new paragraph K as follows. New paragraph K underscore, the Navajo Nation Council recognizes the need to reopen Navajo Nation roads and Navajo Nation maintained roads in order to facilitate business operations and to support the recovery of small businesses and vendors at the Navajo Nation parks listed herein. And underscore 4, On page 6, line 10, insert new section 5 as follows. New section 5, section 5, approving the reopening of the Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads notwithstanding public health emergency order 2021-009 and resolution number CMA-16-20. The Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the reopening of Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads notwithstanding public health emergency order 2021-009 and resolution number CMA-16-20. The reopening shall apply to all travelers within the Navajo Nation, residents, tourists, and visitors alike. The Navajo Nation Council supports and approves this reopening in order to facilitate business operations and the recovery of small businesses and vendors at the Navajo Nation parks listed herein. 5, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislature, hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. There is also a committee report from the Navajo Committee that indicates the legislation passed with 2 amendments and referred to Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1. Exhibit A, exchange public health emergency order number 2021-005 with public health emergency order number 2021-11. Page 1, line 17 to 18, amend as follows. Overstrike orange status, insert 100%. And after public health emergency orders, insert new language related to COVID-19, overstrike number 2021-005, and supporting the continued implementation of the Division of Economic Development's business reopening plan for businesses operating within the above-mentioned Navajo Nation parks and recreation sites at orange status, notwithstanding public health emergency order number 2021-005. 3, delete RDC amendment number 1 in its entirety. 4, on page 3, lines 4 to 6, delete paragraph D in its entirety. Insert new language as follows. New paragraph D, public health emergency order number 2021-11 attached as Exhibit A at page 1, paragraph 3 states, the Navajo Nation is experiencing a plateau of low cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound, end underscore. 5, page 3, lines 7 to 29, delete paragraphs E, F, and G in its entirety. 6, page 3 and 4, lines 31 through 4, delete paragraph H in its entirety. 7, page 4, lines 5 through 12, make the following changes. Paragraph I, after Navajo Nation is experiencing a overstrike gradual downward trajectory of new cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound, end overstrike. Insert new language, plateau of low cases with a slowed infection rate and no sustained rebound, end underscore. 8, page 4, lines 13 to 16, make the following changes. Paragraph J, new language, in accordance with recent public health emergency orders, overstrike public health emergency order number 2021-5-05 states, overstrike after reopening, overstrike in orange status. 9, page 5, lines 13 to 18, make the following changes. At section 3, overstrike orange status, insert 100%. After emergency orders, insert related to COVID-19, overstrike number 2021-005. Page 5, line 19 to 23, make the following changes. Overstrike orange status, insert 100%. Insert after emergency order, insert related to COVID-19, overstrike 2021-005. 11, page 5 and 6, lines 25 to 30, 1 through 8, delete section 4 in its entirety. 12, page 1, line 23, amend as follows. At the end of line 23, after emergency orders, overstrike 2021-009, insert related to COVID-19. 3, on page 6, line 10, amend section 5 as follows. After emergency orders, overstrike 2021-009, and insert related to COVID-19. Within this paragraph, overstrike 2021-005 and insert related to COVID-19. Amendment number 2, page 1, line 13, insert the following underlying language. After approving the reopening of, insert all Navajo Nation lakes and parks, including. 2, page 2, line 9, insert the following underlying language in paragraph B. After recreation, department, insert, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. 3, page 5, line 13, add the following underlying language at section 3. After reopening of, insert all Navajo Nation lakes and parks, including. 4, page 5, line 19 and 23, add the following underlying language. After reopening of, insert all Navajo Nation lakes and parks, including. At the end of the paragraph, insert new sentence, all Navajo Nation lakes shall be reopened by the Department of Fish and Wildlife as soon as adequate staff and funding become available. Renumber, read letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits according as necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, can you hear me now? Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rico. Moving on down, let me go ahead and on 0076-21, we do have Honorable Paul Begay as a sponsor of this legislation. Colleagues, I do believe that there was a couple of different amendments that were lined up that were possibly going to be requested. So I'm going to turn the floor over first to Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay, you you do have 20
Motion.
minutes on the board, but before I get that, I'll call for a motion and then a second. Motion by Chairman Nez.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Second by Honorable Chairman Yazi.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Paul Begay, and then after that, we'll go ahead and move on from there. Honorable Paul Begay, and then I'll go back to the floor. Colleagues, if you want to speak, please text in, or I think Honorable Freeland's wants to be in the queue too as well. Yep. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and also my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you again. Thank you for your support in the Navajo session for this legislation number 0076-21. By Henson do the Navajo Tinigi to Diego Ya Henson, our business owners, those that have taken their own initiative. Ape dahidis na ape paachiniya dahidis na o kot ego be hait ego iya big in the dado le sigi e that ape yisot. They started their own businesses from the ground. To this day, they are. That's a way they support their families, a way they support their relatives. A Navajo way of living. That's how we are. We don't just support our immediate family. We have extended families through ke. And with these big business of tour companies, it requires hiring a lot of tour guides. Here again, they help in employment. There's one report from this morning. They hire about 250 employees to do the work for them during the summertime, mostly students, high school students and college students. And then it was also mentioned there's about 12 of these tour companies. And if all these companies hire the same amount of people, you're talking about well over 1,000 of these college students and high school students that can work and be able to have some money in their pockets when they return to school in the fall. And that's just a cycle that happens every year. But they cannot continue on without doing their business after a year and a half. You have heard also some testimonies about not being able to pay for their vehicles, and they were repossessed. They were able to pay for and support their children in school, many of them out of our state, but they're not unable to do that, and they choose to come home closer to our nation here, so that they can afford to continue their education. We don't want for these businesses to lose their businesses, these business people to lose their businesses, because that can very well happen if we don't help them to pick up and begin their business again. Caring for each other. Our thought as council delegates is, number one, to help our people. This is a prime example of a situation where we can help our people get out of the hole and get back on their feet. In the roadside vendors and the flea market or the Andalia at Nigobahan and some casinos. This is wide open space we're talking about as far as tours and the possibility of running into some type of contracting COVID or anything like that is not as great as other places like indoors where there's people mingling among each other. These visitors are distance apart. They don't go in bunches and groups going inside the slot canyons. Monument Valley and other places are like that too. They're wide open spaces. Even the vehicles that transport them to these sites, they're in the back, wide open back, in the back of the vehicles. I would like to turn the time over to my agent again, Michelle Monroe, and just have her summarize briefly her presentation this morning. I think a lot of us have already heard it. It's a very, very informative presentation. Michelle?
Yeah, do ya at nanis and ani do da isenals aingi. Thank you for the votes on the legislation in Nabik Ayatskit meeting. As I mentioned this morning, it has been 1 year, 2 months, and 3 weeks since the Navajo Nation closures were put in place to help in the flattening of the curve. I talked about how much we learned in protecting ourselves and how we have created best, safe practices for reopening. I discussed our plans for reopening, that they have been approved by Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Thankfully, our COVID cases have lessened and continues to decrease with all these efforts put in place by our leaders, the healthcare community, and our Navajo people. I want to share a little bit about our experiences as a company during this past year. March 2020, everything came to a standstill. Decisions had to be made. What do we do with our staff? If we keep them, how long can we do so? What do we do with our food and beverages from our cafe and coffee shop? What if we reopen next week? What if we reopen next month? At Ken's Tours, we enjoyed having a dependable, self-reliant, and efficient team for many years, but having to lay them off due to the pandemic was very devastating for us. Early March 2020, we had just hired for a full season roster of 120 employees, and that was just the beginning of the season. We usually hire more than that as the season peaks. 2 weeks of orientation and training was completed, and we were ready to go. When we were shut down with very little notice on March 13, 2020, we laid off almost half of the staff. We kept our seasoned staff and managers on payroll for as long as we could. It was unfathomable to us to lay them off because we have put so much effort into their training and development. We had developed an excellent team over the years, and many of these employees, they become like family. We did not know how long this would last. We did not know that it would last over a year. In December 2020, we finally laid off the rest of our employees that we held on to for so long, and we ended up with just one employee left, and that was our general manager. We just could not continue the payroll any longer with the prolonged zero revenue. Choosing to keep people employed with no revenue coming in is very risky for a busy business to do. Out of the generosity of my parents' hearts, that's what they did. Financially, it has taken its toll. When we were shut down, the first and foremost task was to handle the prepaid booked reservations. We refunded 100% of the paid reservations for March through the end of the year 2020. We had to pay double the transaction fees because of the refunding, resulting in millions of dollars lost. With the abrupt closure, we did not have time to plan for all of the produce, the meats, the foods, and other beverages that we had for our cafe and coffee shop. The cost of this loss was also substantial. In order to help our laid off employees, we held food and supply distributions and monetary assistance as best as we could. We kept in touch with them and hoped that they would be okay. It wasn't too long before we started to learn that some of those employees were struggling. It hurts a lot to hear of the employees' reports on the problems that they are facing. And I mentioned it this morning, stories of depression, domestic violence, suicide, despair. One of the biggest concerns lately in our area is the trespassers that visit the canyons. It is getting warmer and the states are open, people are traveling. We see more evidence of people visiting the canyons unauthorized. They leave behind trash, human waste, and vandalism. The tour operators and families living in the area try to employ staff to monitor for trespassers, but it has become difficult due to the prolonged closure and no revenue for the past year and a half almost now. The nearby Parks and Recreation Office also do not have the staff to monitor the parks. So it is left to the families and tour operators to care for the canyons. As tour operators, our first and foremost duty is to protect and preserve the canyons. It is then our objective to provide safe and enjoyable tours to our visitors. But all the while, it is so that we can protect the canyons for what is exactly happening right now with these trespassers, damage and desecration. We are confident that Ken's Tours and the rest of the tour operators here at Page Lake Powell Tribal Parks in our area can operate in a safe manner. Some of us have experience with operating a business during this pandemic. The family of Ken's Tours have other businesses that have been in operation in the town of Page since last summer. We have firsthand experience in operating a business in a safe manner in this pandemic. As I mentioned this morning, our plans are above recommendation, and we feel with our careful execution of operations, we would have a safe and enjoyable outdoor experience. Respectfully, I request your support of this legislation to open Navajo parks to visitors and tourists.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for your report. Very good report. As you can see, they've taken many hours to put together a good plan for reopening. I don't know if Ms. Linda Jackson, are you still listening in? If you are, I'd like you to do a short summary.
I'm here.
Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Yeah, I thought she had so business closed back in March 13th of 2020. They call in every day to see if they can work today. We have guides, cooks, and sales clerks that work for us. Although the Christian tour, 33 companies were tour operators here in Monument Valley. Veterans, So we do help the economy of people that can handle so. Ko e pana oshkana then she ko. The tour opening door net permit and handle dot net need reopening plan that from economic development. Okay, we worked on that. Tour permit and handle has told at 1 year and a half, 1 year and 3 months, this year tour permit, I thought 1.5 year gone, Nahayo Spampeso, again, the we have another 6 months before the year ends. We've already spent our money on buying permits. Issue on hard that you'll rebate that debate. I mean, it's been really hard for all of us. Le man Valeria cash the costs and it get and again late change the yacht edit and that but they don't have anybody to sell their jewelry for. But they had to go to the cities to work. They have to pay for their rent. So it's been pretty hard. I have a grandson that's on football scholarship. I shake at national football at no. So we're all cheering him on, helping him, supporting him with everything we can. But it is deciding to return back over here closer to the reservation. And we kind of want to keep him going, but it's expensive and we can't afford it. I don't question the questions which it's not repo because there's no income. We're just helping one another. Okay, we would really appreciate it. So I'm asking for my tour operators for the banda in hissing the horse tour operators jewelry banda haniki reopening plan Fadalia from Atelia we turned them in economic development approve the OSHA planning it's all with guidelines with CDC. I don't need guide, but we had to train them to protection plan and providing EP, sanitizing the vehicle after each use. But business that been nearly neck a day did on hit on neither all we're just waiting. Then he cut off just shown. It's just so hard to try to find the words to Joti Bena Okagi it's non was it that the need ain't Holland. So all I can say is please reopen the park. This is open space. Near tour vehicles, they're all open. 8 feet now. Distant. We're putting people on us on house town. Although we provide masks and gloves and sanitizer, all that I call. So we're protecting ourselves on that. Although guys, so they wear their mask and their face shield. That's how we're going to try to do that's how we'll run the tour companies. But we need it to be open. So, Sunlay Sandy, Sedona, do Moab, do national parks, so that open. It's all open space. When they go into enclosed area, they put on their mask. Although we all have had our first and second shots of COVID shots. So, actually, so I just don't really know what to say next. I see, job by instant, donan hoshka, nika docha. So,
Ms. Jackson, Ms. Linda Jackson, Ms. Michelle Monroe, thank you for your heartfelt testimonies. And I ask my fellow delegates, honorable colleagues, for your positive vote on this legislation. It will really help our people, and they are. Well, one thing that I did mention is some of them were claiming unemployment. I thought they're running out of unemployment. So once that goes, they really don't have anything else after that. This is businesses that have gone out of their way and put 110, 150% to establish their businesses. And we don't want to just stand back and watch the business go away. This is their livelihood. This is their dream. This was their dream when they began this. Dreams can die, but not in this way. If we can still be able to help our people, so we need to help them today. For some other things that are coming about, I hear it is these Balakana that come to these places, even from abroad. They think it is open, and they come here and they find out that it's closed. Even dan hijot la dan da jo sada dan hisna asatin da hija dan hisna Balakana echo prejudice at Nisa. These native people are prejudiced. That's what we've started to hear now. Do we really want to make that a symbol for us?
Obligate time.
Honorable colleagues, I ask for your votes. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we do have a motion. We do have a second. We then concluded with Honorable Paul Gates, our recommendation and presentation. So with that, let's go ahead and move on to the floor. I do have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Freeland, and Chairman Yazzie in the queue at this time. Honorable Otto So. Reserve your time. At 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, colleagues, thank you, Shanata. Shanata, thank you for the legislation. I do have an amendment to propose. It was sent out by the Office of Legislative Counsel. We should have a copy of that amendment, Speaker. With that, I do reserve my time. Thank you.
That, colleagues, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 50 seconds is your reserve time. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. Oh, actually, this is amendment number 1. It was sent out at 12:46. And this is Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, amendment number one, page 1, line 16, insert the following underlying language. After Four Corners Monument, insert comma, the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, and underscore. 2, page 5, at line 16, add the following underlying language in section 3. After Four Corners Monument, insert comma, the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, and underscore. 3, page 5, line 22, add the following underlying language in section 3. After Four Corners Monument, underscore, the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, and underscore. 4, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Freeland, amendment number 1, is there a second? Going twice.
Second, Delegate Davis.
Second by Honorable Vince James. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Floor is yours on amendment number 1.
Speaker, the amendment has not hit my email box. Perhaps it got stuck in Cheska. Can somebody resend it? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Yes, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Can we resend that to Madam Chair, Charles Newton? Just now sent that to you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, on legislation 0076-21, we are in amendment number 1 of the legislation sponsored by Honorable Freeland, seconded by Honorable Vince James. Is there any other further comments, questions? I do have Madam Chair with reserved time, but no one else in the queue or has text in. About also.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm going to sort of ask the same questions, but on the other side where I reserve my time, I'm going to ask the same questions also. We're talking about these amendments, talking to the Navajo Nation programs pertaining to the executive branch. What is their position and where are they at? Does the division directors and the managers support this legislation and reopening those programs? Because overall, the executive branch programs are overseen by the executive branch. I'm just doing this for the record. The reason why I am doing this is, or I'm saying this, is that division directors, those managers, he's beginning to be the division director, to be the manager. These are people that we pay that are supposed to take care of these issues and bring these forth to the council. And I'm just putting this down for the record. Earlier, I didn't get a response from from Ledge Council relating to what is the authority on the legislative branch over executive orders and the health commissions, the health commands, the emergency commission's resolutions that they issue, how much authority do we have to change those things? I did ask those questions earlier, but I didn't get any response from it. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. That, Honorable Freeland, response, let me go back to you.
Speaker, thank you. Colleagues, members of the 24th Nomination Council, thank you for those questions, Honorable Aldo Sogi. Appreciate that. This amendment, of course, just really reflects the inclusion of the Navajo Nation Museum, as well as the Navajo Nation Veterans Memorial Park and the Navajo Nation Zoo, all located in Window Rock. I can't speak, or I don't think any of us can speak for the division director or the program managers, but these are there's a lot of seeing when I do go to Window Rock, I do see tourists parking in front of the council chambers or walking towards the park. Of course, they get turned away, but that is an outside venue. The museum is, of course, an indoor venue, but that could be addressed a little bit separately, as well as the Navajo Nation Zoo, that is an outdoor facility as well. Just looking at how the structure is set up with neighboring states or neighboring sovereigns, there are measures put in place, as well as guidelines. So, and I think of the Park Service as how they're dealing with Canyon de Chelly or other parks, including Grand Canyon, Canyonlands, and Arches as well. So it can be done, but I appreciate my older brother's introduction of this legislation as well, that I support. I don't know if he wants to add anything, Honorable Paul Begay. Shana.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. That, let me go back to the floor. Anybody else on the queue at this time? So I can go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 55 seconds on Amendment 1.
I'm good, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Okay. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 51 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. And then I pose these questions just so that I want to get on the record that Honorable Paul Begay and their agent spoke to us. Nike ina kut ego pinna buhut Benan Handa ini to Hashit Elbe in the Laha Yego still. Ako the never Washington could the Talaho Zange, the never Washington, but also Jodiki. Set up a petadet it o yendad, ye petadet el yendad, Nishet set up a zato deeds at the open nahat at o pizza lara. At then, not one division director has spoke pertaining to whether they support this or not. This is my issue with it. And I really hope that the Navajo people that's listening understands my frustration. We are beginning to be the division director. We're beginning to become the manager. Their livelihood out there, those Navajo people, you're affecting their lives by just sitting there in those offices. How is economic development trying to address to reopen this, the Navajo Nation? How is the Parks and Rec trying to work on this? That's my frustration here in Window Rock. Now Hassan could it not that Zanke Eben Napa Yashti. I may be bold and whatnot, but the interest of the Navajo people's livelihood is I can say I sat on the roadside when I was young, growing up. I can relate to them. That's their only income. You are in dire need of resources at home, and especially if you have children. The but our Navajo people out there is struggling. That's the reason why I'm frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So, that colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Delegate James here.
Honorable James on amendment number 1.
Speaker, the members of the council and audience. Honorable Otto So from executive branch I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time to Shanala Otto So I'll let him share more information with the people throughout the nation through the media. Yeah.
Honorable So, you're with that 4 minutes 34 seconds.
I'm good with that. I did Shanala here kodo I think so time iki kodo ya shatin ado bahins. Shouldn't that if not sagi lead in the kaigi lead a team party Nakanda in Hiki Bataha as it in Nakanda in Hiki and the Oak Creek in Nakanda in Hiki Page in Nakanda in Hiki. I don't dice, I go shit in there, but I'll be again that of Glaki. Dina had unlean kodo halet ego yat eho naha hadot ahno bab and nacha hajo bag in that of glado lihi, but nacha ekodo chenant a pobigay che ekodo bears ani ye nastatia. O kodi guy. Naha akonsen shisizig what a oh, how you not ani leni don ha konzita. How you live day to day. How you live to try to make ends meet, to sell that one necklace, whether it's at wholesale or at market value. Di kodetsa Sunday to nihigit ego kehot init ego to keda hat ida. Do hot ego ekinta tlada. You have to live it in order to understand you. I live that. I spent my days sitting at Gallup Flea Market as a little boy. That's how I was raised. And I understand you guys. All you people that sell at flea markets. But if you have nothing from policy to try to improve your livelihood from the mother government, our tribal programs are supposed to address your needs. This is the reason why we appropriate monies to them every year. How can we try to assist and better improve the livelihood of the Navajo people through the budget process or these programs? This is how we're going to provide direct services. But in this case, direct services pertaining to how our people sell out there is not being addressed. Parks and Recs, the division directors that are overseeing these programs have not spoken to this legislation, nor the executive branch. I'm only one delegate. But again, I do understand you. I do support you. I understand at times people would only make back the money just to pay for your booth fee. How do you get home? I've been in that situation. I see my grandparents in that situation. I always say that many people were raised by the Navajo silver spoon, and I will say that I was never raised by the Navajo silver spoon. I support you guys out there. This is the reason why I asked these questions, Shanant. I really thank Mr. Paul Begay for bringing this legislation forth and all the co-sponsor. On nothing, executive branch banan nishiki il obandi kai. Alet egon khata inishna on sin. O kodoha seat. Oh, you hatch in that yard, Ashinan, and it really, really affects me, it bothers me that the interest is really not thought about your economic livelihood out there. It is what up in the Hashin had na sa ita. Addition chonshin shayata kin ako hat it at in Queto sha e ata. Ni hit and then lean sha oh ah. The interest of the Navajo people is what I stand for. This is it. Again, additional eyes not yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? Going twice. I don't have anybody else in reserve time. Going 3 times. Go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Council Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
I vote green. Mr. Morrow.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
That colleagues, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. That, moving on. We're back to the main motion. Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that is listening online. I just have a few questions. We talk about the opening up of the parks, and I do understand on the business owner's perspective of the income that used to be coming in before this terrible virus had hit us. And as you all know, it was a great impact on us. And now just from, the news and getting info from the medical personnel, the numbers, of course, has gone down. But there's always that chance of the virus coming back. But that's a chance. And so New Mexico, I know, is slowly opening back up. We just passed the amendment for the zoo. I know Albuquerque Zoo is opening back up again, and there's even concerts that are being coming, that are being advertised, up at the Old Journal Pavilion up in Albuquerque from metal bands that are opening back up again. So my question to the sponsor, and I am going to vote for this, but my question is that on these tourists, are you going to require the customers to wear the mask? And I know the stores up in the New Mexico side, we are still required to wear our mask. But interestingly enough, we're doing business by phone, and I think for a period of 1 year, and the council, and from what we've gone through, it seems like we've taken care of a lot of important issues by phone. And so I was going to ask later on down maybe a month from now, how much money have we actually had saved from, getting on the phone and, us not claiming our mileages and whatnot. But that's later down the road is what I would request, Speaker. Maybe, an audit report and see what the difference is by, conducting business by phone. And that's because, of this virus and us trying to be on the safe side. And so, Speaker, that's my question to the sponsor. Of course, I'll, and vote and, in favor of this. But there was a couple of points that was brought up on the executive side. Even though we vote in favor of this, but according to the law, from what I understand, the decision is still up to the president. And so I don't know. I mean, I haven't really got that clarification yet. Maybe from DOJ or from Ms. Barba, maybe to clarify, that open area. So, Speaker, but nevertheless, sponsor, Mr. Begay, I'll vote in favor of this for the entrepreneurs there in your district. Already in our side, we have burrito stands opening up, and spam and potatoes. That's what I got this morning going into the north side in Crown Point area. So it was good. Speaker, that's all I would have to say. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, answer those questions, and then we'll go from there. On the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Yazzie, for your question. What I will do, because my agents, as mentioned, have a reopening guideline, safety guidelines that they have prepared to work with their employees and also the visitors. So I would like to refer your question to them so that they'll be able to answer your question more truthfully and specifically. Vince Torres, are you still with us?
Yes, hello, this is Michelle. I just want to respond with some of the same information that I gave earlier this morning. The health and safety of our employees and visitors has always been the most important piece of our day-to-day operations, and it doesn't lessen any in regards to COVID precautions. Our plans include many steps in covering health and safety guidelines from the beginning to the end of a person's visit. One of the biggest things is, although they're not currently employed with us, 100% of the list of employees coming back have completed their COVID-19 vaccination. And I know the other tour operators in our area can attest to the same. And then prior to admittance to the premises, employees and visitors alike must wear their face covering. So they all have to wear their mask. They will initially have their temperature checked, and they'll be asked to respond to a COVID screening questionnaire. Once allowed to proceed, visitors will check in and wait outside for their tour. The entire hiking tour is outdoors. Transactions will be done electronically, minimizing cash handling. In this initial phase of reopening, we plan to take one guide per household group rather than mixing up groups. This will allow each guide to control distancing from other groups. Once the groups are situated, each tour guide will leave with their group at 3-minute intervals to ensure time space to adequately practice social distancing inside the canyon. Other measures include sanitizing touch surfaces frequently throughout the day, placing hand sanitizing stands at the entrance and exit of the canyon. The canyon handrails will be sanitized frequently. Tour guides will wash their hands in between each tour group. We have built and purchased supplies and changes needed to coincide with our plans, some of which include easy to read COVID precaution signage, hand washing and sanitizing stations, plexiglass barriers, PPE, and cleaning sanitation supplies. I believe that our plans are very thorough, and I have always mentioned that they are above recommendation, and I know that we can operate in a safe manner for our employees and for our visitors. Thank you, Honorable Begay.
Thank you for your response, Ms. Monroe. Yield back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me move back on down on the floor on the main motion. Would you have Honorable Elmer Begay?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. I don't members of the Navajo Nation Council, delegates, that other people that are on the line listening. So yeah, this legislation could by LTE I have a question. I think, Speaker, I had a concern earlier. I had a during I mentioned about the Navajo Nation programs because that these Navajo Nation programs directly work with Navajo business owners and lineage. We want to know that how much they have faith within our with our business owners, our own business owners. Because we say or we think we talk about it is Navajo business owners the priority the nido by alcohol buy Navajo buy local so right now I could have answered the case ago the way they're being treated she's a good area and so on case the reason why is that they're the one that has to come up with a safety plan any kind of precautionary measurement that they have to put it in writing to apply to get approval to get this their business back open. What's the plan with the Navajo Nation programs? Self-employment. They created that. They made their own plan, a business plan to go by. Every Navajo Nation government, can you see that? Can they see what these people are doing? What is the government supposed to help these people? So my question goes to maybe the executive branch. I wanted to know how we could ask the executive branch all the programs what kind of plans do they have to help people that are directly working with Navajo business owners. I think that will be my question to them. I don't know how we will ask them. Maybe maybe from the staff, maybe we could with this legislation and not what sorry, just speaker. Reserve my time if they have any other question. Go, speaker. Thank you.
Okay, reserve your time at 52 seconds. Then let me go back to 4, and then I will go back to the sponsor. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Ayata Speaker, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Krigi Tikia de Kigi Ado Shke Doshadne. I just wanted to express what our people that I represent in Western are requesting this legislation. And they've been actually wanting this information, a reopening a few months ago. So I know, and I think we all know on Navajo Nation that the people we represent, we know them well enough, and especially through this pandemic, businesses. The main thing is that what the businesses expressed to me is their number one priority is the human life, is our people, their employees. So I know that before there's a question from the executive branch on human life is really important, and we do agree with him. And that's what all leadership, we all care about our people and all human life through this pandemic. This opening does not say that we do not care. This reopening is saying that as a nation, as elected leaders, that this is a request and that the reopening, and also there is funding that is coming, and there is an American Recovery Plan. So the funding that is coming is supposed to help these small businesses as well as the bigger companies as well. So if we are going to do this, we have to use the funding that is coming, and this is a part of that. It's a recovery plan. That's what that funding was designated for. And on Navajo, the ARPA fund, we can tap into those. And I guarantee leadership that that will still not be enough, Shannon. The amount that these businesses and these business owners also have family that lost to the pandemic. And if it wasn't the pandemic, it was other. And I believe that with the suicide and also the depression and anxiety that went through it, that our people went through, some of the aftermath of a pandemic. But if we cannot leave our people off the nation, we can't lock them up. We are all aware that our people are still continuing to give their dollars, their money to further towns and further. So, and this, again, I think we really need to encourage and I know that there's other companies that have closed down in Kayenta in the township area. So I visited with them. It is heartbreaking. They have done everything they could, and I know that they put in a lot of hours and using their own money to the point where they had no choice, even though that they are using the safety protocols. I want to reserve my time at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Every time at 1 minute, 26 seconds. Honorable Daniel Brown. Let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor response. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
But thank you, Speaker. Thank you also, colleagues. Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. I believe that you had more of remarks, recommendations, probably, than anything else. So I think your remarks tonight, this Kitigito and this Agi Asia Executive Branch, though Division Director, the AD Gishi, Ashintani, Yapindacha, adolescent. Ako Kodo Delegate ni Tlingo Bishwas, Anni Tlingi, Nil Ingo Aya, Dobana Anishkogo, Doaka at Ada, Benahat Ada, Do Diha Lahalit Ego, Hashto Nis, AD Kido Banahat Ingoja, that's our job. Niki Aya, a quite Hideti. Ado Banid, Nishigin Hidden. Aiden Hioki, Quella Yego Nahoti, Quella Nanish Adil, and then Hitane says, Halit on Hika Dilos, Joe Quagin on Nishan Dahalia. Ado we follow the correct channels to address it, and this is usually by way of legislation. Joe Quaggi Hoti Kadida. Yes, sometimes we wish that other divisions, other directors, other personnel would have addressed it, but if nothing is being done, it's our position as delegates to help our people. Delegate Otto Halit ego to cohort why is that other divisions or other entities are not feeling the urgency to help help our people that are in need to restart their business. It's not an says autobahn in hello. Honorable Delegate Samuel Brown. That human life is a priority. The president that the Queen area had one life loss is one life too many. I believe there is no doubt in anybody's mind that we all feel that way. For 1 year and a half, I think we learned within this time to put our face mask on when we go into congested area, in crowded areas, when we go outside our dwelling, when we go to places where we know there will be crowds. We learn that when we get walk away from a merchant, a place, a store or something, we use our hand sanitizers. We learn all these stuff. I don't know that aimlessly living a life. I don't think nobody's living their life aimlessly or carelessly. I think we've learned enough during this pandemic to care for ourselves. Of course, personally, I have full trust in these our business people that they have educated themselves enough now to safeguard their employees, themselves, as well as the visitors. I just got a text from one of the business women again from here in Slot Canyon. Yes, we will mandate the face mask. And other thing that because the human life, yes, it's priority. But I can tell you also that I have reports from the Chamber of Commerce, even here in the city of Page. Our young people are out on the streets now. Many of them are former tour guides. Yes, they have fallen in the category of stress, losing hope. You'll find a way to get a hold of a bottle. You'll find a way to yes, that's one way to get them back to living a nice life where you can earn your own money and support yourself and your family. These are actual reports that we get. I get anyway. I spoke with a gentleman from Chamber of Commerce who used to work in the tour companies. I knew this guy. He used to be a tour guide. This we need to get our people get back to work. We need to get these businesses back up and running. But now was be by now should never know audition. You need not shoot all that what's that. You need not shoot on a giant that Canada, but now some worry about where their next meal will be. So the necessities of life that they used to afford. Hardly that yard nada dot us up there. They nada need she doesn't. And that's the word stress is not too far away from them. Yeah. The ego at answer the door Kosaki she answered that case go there. In another daughter Ashwasta. And so they have the speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions on legislation 0076-21? Because let me go down the queue right now. I don't have anybody else, but by Alma Brigade, you're in reserve time, so I can go back to reserve time at this time. I have Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Freeland, and yourself, Honorable Alma Brigade, then Honorable Brown. So Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 59 seconds on the main motion.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Here you go. See, Kisto, Yego. Yego, Vilo, Ado, see, Ado, Nelly, the which in Nashik in that it lagi. Halit, Ego, Yapa, Yahat, I, Panasi, Kinstoli, so Nasi.
How are you doing?
It's only. I really commend you, Mr. Paul Begay, for bringing forth this legislation, trying to address the need of our Navajo entrepreneurs that are selling at the flea markets, that are selling these bead stands. They were directly affected. People selling because it's out Sunday, Nashi Ketla task as Hashi Nahasta. Lead about Naban that in the Hoy Ketla task to go no Gao Nahasta. We really need to address the economic issue of our Navajo citizens, and this legislation addresses that concern. And just for the record, so that my statements, what nash haszi adi is not agi. Kodoid nin hata is not bishmas anni linigi. I don't dash cheya had need ekoko. Nikit in our constituents in that dikir hahla they did a halit an hatch it. Do bahati tsao etan. If no one's going to do it, someone has to do it. And in this case, Honorable Paul Begay, Bez Ani Kodobe, Nininyato Ade, your agents, as Banda Inihiki from Ken's tour and Oje Tebi Discoite Ade Miss Jackson. Ko Ade Hot Ego Bahataso Z. Your livelihood is something that we really have to look at. And or you guys provide services, and you guys have family, so, and you guys have people that you have employed. So, even earlier. And I really appreciate again for introducing this legislation and the co-sponsors. And I really hope that we do get the support of our Navajo people pertaining to this legislation, because we need to help those people out there in some way, form. And just as a we have the animal issue pertaining to the dog mauling. Bishma has undin that couldn't Honorable Eugene Sok at Behes Ani Kodoye That's what I mean. These programs are supposed to address these issues, but oh nothing. We're beginning to be the managers or the division directors. Even not the Yego ko it's not with that, and Speaker, I'm going to motion to cease debate and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Otto. So that colleagues, we'll go ahead and continue on down. This is for the record, Honorable Mark Freeland, Madam Chair Charles Loon, just I'm gonna read off the times right now. Honorable Mark Freeland has 4 minutes 50 seconds. I think Jules is sending this information over. Honorable Elmer Begay, 52 seconds. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, you have 1 minute 26 seconds. We are on the main motion. I'm going to next Honorable Freeland, Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Brown. At this time, colleagues, I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Chair Charles to virtual gavel, so she can take over at this time. And then I know that we do have one of our new colleagues in the queue. Just will be texting back and forth with you, staff knows. So I'll be on the call though. So Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newman, the floor is yours. I mean, the gavel is yours.
Speaker, before I accept the gavel, I would like to ask, has there been a fair debate on this legislation? Delegate Otto So did request, or he did motion to cease debate.
He's the only one that speak twice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is it 256? The number you have from Charles Newton, is it 257? I'm trying to get them the insurance.
How long do we start this? Hour and a half. Madam Chair Charles Newton, this legislation has been debated for over an hour and 40 minutes. In the time that this legislation has been debated, there's been no specific opposition against this legislation. And due to that, there has been no discussion, opposition in the votes that have been taking place. And in the history of this legislation being at Navajo Committee, there's been no legislation to us, or there's been no votes that were taking place in any form of opposition. In that state, Madam Chair Charles Newman, when you're looking at the debate is all going one way. So in doing that, recognizing a cease debate, that recognition would be relevantly supportive at this time. Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Thank you for that, Speaker. I'll go ahead and accept the virtual gavel at this time, and I will recognize the motion to cease debate. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, second by Delegate Rick Nez.
Motion to cease debate made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Rick Nez. There is no, this vote is a roll call vote. Can we have staff assistance with that at this time? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Honorable Almer Begay.
Yes.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Keown votes green.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Minton. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Tanao Halona. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Green.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is not yet.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay.
Is this for cease debate?
Yes.
Hello? Vote red.
Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 2 opposed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with that, so we do have 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and I believe that 3 are not voting. So with that, the motion to cease debate does pass. Mr. Rico, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the legislation, the voting on the legislation. Can we have a second reading?
Point of order.
Point of order. I believe that
Is
is Shanala Delegate
okay.
Elmer Begay.
Yeah, Shahad Chinale, my point of order is that my question or advices wasn't answered. Okay, my question was directly to executive branch. It was directly to directors at the Navajo Nation government, all the program directors. That I wanted to know that how is there any plan how they can be working directly with.
Chair should sit.
Point of order, Delegate Eugene So.
Should sit. We just voted on cease debate. Thank you.
Shahad Delegate Eugene So, you are correct. We did just now vote on a cease debate. Delegate Elmer Begay, I do apologize. I do understand that you did ask a question that was not answered. However, your colleagues did vote to cease debate at this time. So with that, the questions that were not answered go unanswered. So with that, Mr. Rico, if we can do a second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. There's one amendment, amendment number 1, page 1, line 16, insert the following underlying language. After Four Corners Monument, insert comma, the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Nation Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, end of new language. 2, page 5, line 16, add the following underlying language in section 3. After Four Corners Monument, insert comma, the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Nation Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, end of new language. 3, page 5, line 22, add the following underlying language in section 3. After Four Corners Monument, insert the Navajo Nation Museum, the Navajo Nation or Navajo Veterans Memorial Park, the Navajo Nation Zoo, and the end of new language. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. That was the second reading, colleagues, so we'll go ahead and proceed forward to voting on legislation 0076-21. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knisbah-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knisbah-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knisbah-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Vote green.
Speaker Damon. Honorable
Vote
Speaker
green.
Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. With that, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with that, committee members, we do have 21 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 are not voting. With that, this legislation does go across the street for the president's signature or his veto. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and move down to the next item on the agenda, 0088-21, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Can we have that legislation read into the record, please?
Vice Chair Smith votes green.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that. Shaja, we just now call the next legislation into the record. Mr. Rico was getting ready to read that into the record, so I'm going to go ahead and recognize your vote at this time, since the legislation hasn't been read into the record yet. So, Ms. Uvella, can you go ahead and count Delegate Raymond Smith's vote and restate the vote count?
Delegate James votes green too.
And include Delegate Vince James on that recount as well.
Point of order, Kealan.
Point of order, I should see Delegate Kealan Begay.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, I believe there's a proper procedure when missing a vote, the roll call. I believe you can raise a point of order to acknowledge that you want to vote in certain direction. But right now, we're just calling, our delegate are just calling out saying that they just voted while you already proceeded to go to the next legislation. That's my point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Shitsui. Yes, you are correct in that I did call for the legislation. However, it was not read into the record. So I did state that I'm going to go ahead and recognize Honorable Raymond Smith's vote. And you are correct that Honorable Vince James did also shout out his vote as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize both votes again, since the legislation has not been read into the record.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, the vote is 23 in favor and 0 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with that, again, committee members, council members, we do have 23 in favor, 0 opposed. This legislation does go across the street for the president's signature or his veto. So with that, again, we are going to call legislation 0088-21, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Again, Mr. Rico, if you can go ahead and read that legislation into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0088-21, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to address dogs running at large and to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog attacks. Sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. The purpose of this legislation is an emergency legislation is for the Navajo Nation to approve amendments to Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code, the criminal section of the code, which would make it a criminal nuisance for a person to allow a dog to run at large if that dog injures or kills someone, and would give animal control officers the authority to destroy dogs that are running at large and are deemed a danger to the public. The amendments would enact penalties of a minimum of 30 days in jail and a $1,000 fine for each offense, and would require the offender to pay $3,000 for the victim's funeral expenses. Since this is an emergency legislation, there are no other committee reports. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. Can we go ahead and get a motion and a second at this time for this legislation?
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
I'll second that, Thomas Walker.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't hear the motion. I apologize. Can somebody tell me who did the motion?
Vice Chair Smith, motion.
With that, we have Vice Chair Raymond Smith making motion, second by Delegate Thomas Walker. So with that, committee members or council members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over now to Honorable Eugene So and his agents. Honorable Eugene So, you do have 20 minutes to present your information. You can call upon your agent. So with that, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, my question, was there only if there's a question on this legislation, then you can come to me and start my presentation? That's a question.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So, yes, are there any questions at this time for legislation 0088-21?
Question, Delegate Daniel So. This is Delegate Henio. I have a question.
Otto So has questions too.
So with that, I do have Chair Daniel So, Chair Jamie Henio, Vice Chair Otto So. Is there anybody else who is in the lineup that I missed?
Vice Chair Smith.
We have Vice Chair Raymond Smith and to say Delegate Kealan Begay. So with that, you do have 20 minutes on the board. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
So, just for the record, Raymond Smith is a co-sponsor. He'll be with me with this presentation for the record. So, share you didn't know this on the court. Let's see, Greg, he shared great in leader. He shared on the same. So, need to continue to change what is seen here on the tree. Tot on it as another share. I'm introducing set legislation before you, 0088-21. I'm 100% confident in you all to forward this to the office of the President and Vice President, Johnson Nez and Vice President Liza, for their approval. This legislation is an issue for our Navajo Nation chapters in our area. It needs our answer, and it is now before us. So it says this is going to so so even now go on the graded up and nothing this all our people has on you to go animal control. I see I yard up had them great fatal the also open that deal and has the lead and then the late shot and then Hanit A give a great Adam Panahatot Asori Pahatan Nalieta Pahatan. People do get hurt. Could Agman na a Kotodi so in Saniban na a and something needs to be done so na a Kodoyi kid or Kodon Hitan $100. Ya by Nico 8 na big said Shan Lini Sahat not said. They so my sota a Sadi Sagret a Sahok or so na they yet other officer for saying ni be witness. So I don't not sure who city get Shan and Zohati Hazot Fatin Nani initially Antita. Could the other was at the just castle. It's very bad way of time. I saw the castle that and Sunny. Could other sort of these na could other Chani lagi could other. Zoya Halian dot place or like there's in dot place or Doyada Aggie in a sort of told me. So even you see so those and then I'm going to also give the rest of a little bit of my time to Mr. Smith Raymond.
Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours. Delegate Eugene, so you called upon your co-sponsor as an agent. I did call him, Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, hi. You're on the line.
Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton and Shanai for introducing this legislation. I do support this 100%, and the reason being is we have a dog problem out on the Navajo Nation. This is not only one incident, but there's been several incidents within the Navajo Nation regarding dog mauling and property damage, and regarding the fact that we need to enforce and prevent any future property or any fatalities regarding feral dogs or even domestic dogs. And I'm glad that Shanai has presented this, and it is an emergency. We voted on it and we have it before us. So I strongly encourage that we support this, and if there's any amendments that need to be in place to make this more viable towards owners of these vicious animals, and we need to provide this as Shania put it in perspective regarding the legislation here. It is imperative that we get this thing pushed along on behalf of the welfare of our family members, even our elders, walking around outside in the summer months and the spring months and the fall, and exercising not only our grandmas and grandpas, but our young folks that come back to enjoy the outdoors, and our family that are out there enjoying the outdoors as we speak. We need to protect them and put laws in front so that if any of these things happen, that we can have enforcement go in and investigate and capture those animals and take care of them accordingly to how the statutes are modified or made in behalf of property damage or cases that has happened recently. So there is this important legislation in front of us, and we need to have more animal control officers. We need to have more funding for them. There is a lack of the animal control officers out there. I know that there's only a couple and there's only a few that are out there. And I know the Fish and Wildlife, Joe Begay himself has mentioned that he needs help out there, and he needs help to provide enforcement services. We have rangers, we have forestry, we have Fish and Wildlife, we have Navajo police, we have EPA officers that can enforce these things on behalf of helping our Fish and Wildlife officers. So I highly encourage that the Navajo Nation Council really look at this and make sure that we cover our bases and that we are out there helping to protect our folks and helping protect the Navajo Nation in itself. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you, Shinai, for giving me a few words. And I'm co-sponsoring this as we speak. I'm here in Winter Rock to sign the papers, and I'm here to also request for an amendment. I'm sitting in the Legislative Council as we speak. So thank you, sit and let me speak on this behalf. Appreciate that. Costing yeah.
Honorable Eugene, so does that conclude your presentation?
Navajo Nation Code, Title 13G, to A and beyond the hot out, it was happy. Okay, or this is a car, 1700 on was shot as a jackie. So even now, what DD as a Title 17 with all the color. So the RC to A. They thought about when that didn't even know it. They don't have pay fine, they don't have nothing, they don't have to go to jail if they don't do something for another person. They've been not eating. So, so thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Lurleen from Office of Legislative Counsel. May I speak for a moment on this legislation?
Can you hold on, Lurleen? Delegate Honorable Eugene, so does that conclude your presentation at this time?
Oh,
okay, Lurleen, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I don't know what you're going to say.
I'm just going to explain.
No. That's the sponsors.
Okay.
So
I will defer to the sponsors, and I will reserve my comments for answering questions that come up about the legislation. But I stand ready to do any proposed amendments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lurleen. So with that, delegates, at this time, I know that we do have a lineup. The lineup is Chair Daniel So, Chair Jamie Hanyo, Vice Chair Otto So, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, and Honorable T. Allen Begay. So with that, Chair Daniel So, the floor is yours.
This is only criminal code. This here is
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Ado Satile, Honorable Eugene So, Satile, Honorable Raymond Smith. In this regard, Title 17, I would like to ask Legislative Council, in the adoption of this legislation, will the public safety officials, meaning Navajo police, and resource enforcement, the rangers, be empowered to carry out these amendments rather than just to isolate it on the animal control officers? So that is my question, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair So it looks like your reserved time right now is at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and go down to the next person in the queue, and that is Chair Jamie Hanyo. The floor is yours.
Nagashina Yalashnanta, the Madam Speaker Pro Tem Adoshnanta, 24th Nomination Council. A question I have regarding this legislation is that I need to hear from the Office of the Prosecutor and get their input. I don't know if they were ever consulted, and there was input from the Office of the Prosecutor, because ultimately it'll be the prosecutors that will have to prosecute this in the courts. And if there's no buy-in, if there's no input from them, it means that we're just pushing legislation from the executive legislative branch onto them. And so I think it'd be fair to hear from the Office of the Chief Prosecutor and see what they would have to say regarding this legislation. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. So with that, there has been a request to get some input from the Office of the Prosecutor, the Acting Chief Prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui. Mr. Rico, is Mr. Bitsui, has he been contacted?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we are actually reaching out right now.
This legislation is only for animal control officers.
Okay, so with that, Chair Henyo, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and go on to Delegate, I'm sorry. Mr. Rico, did Chair Henyo reserve the rest of his time?
At 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
4 minutes and 3 seconds, got it. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to Delegate Otto So, and then what we'll do is we'll go back to the sponsor. By that time, we should have the Acting Chief Prosecutor on the line. So with that, Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this legislation that's being brought forth. And I too have some concerns pertaining to the emergency status. But I'm looking at this as we're just piecemealing this issue that came up. We believe Law and Order got a report about a week ago at our committee meeting. Then there was a report at RDC, Resource and Development Committee. The program is under their oversight. And but what I'm getting to is that the collaborational effort of the program and I guess this current legislation that's going through that we're listening or that we're talking about today brings concerns that there's no communication. And then the other portion that Honorable Jamie Henio brought up is the prosecution. Prosecutor's office. So Department of Justice's input. So this is what I brought up to the speaker last week at the work session, that we need to come together in one unison. I guess a unison part so that we can address this as a whole, related to our Navajo people out there who are affected by this every day. Dog bites, whatever. But piecemealing, yes, we can throw the book at them. But again, there's a current policy that's out. Not supposed to cheat or not animal control, because it tells you how many dogs you should have and all this stuff. I believe the program is supposed to bring their inputs, but I haven't seen anything yet. I haven't seen anything in any communication from the program to the council to get our input or to review something. And then now we have this emergency legislation. Ako ADG, ako oyobe anahot we could approve this and so forth, but it may be subjected to veto because the program is under the executive branch. And I will tell you, these changes are supposed to be brought forth to us by the executive branch because they're the ones that provide the direct services. They're the ones that get the funding each year to provide that direct service. And this is the third death that happened. And yet, I thought, I see, I didn't as delegates were piecemealing issues relating or piecemealing the law relating to animal bites and animal control issues pertaining to dogs. Reserve my time.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Mr. Rico, the reserve time is at what?
1 minute, 4 seconds.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor at this time, Honorable Eugene Raymond Smith.
Ako si Chair, Sarosi, I have already asked, but Sadi what Arogi, Yahatigi, AD, I think it sheets at the 7,000 was a piece in the usual great auto quiz cards a while that 8 about that. So this is for now. This is a reason why this is an emergency is I don't on little because the natural yard they're still out there. I don't need I don't think that it's not delayed. We're going to start enforcement in each sheet of start it on need. I very quick caution I am secretary of the village and then later that we start doing some round up of these wild stray dogs. What I go even had any at the even emergency because at right now what will happen from that right now this second all the way forward. And this or where she bandit is LOC so she had others as well as kid nado add at the airport on living here right now what we can use now at this moment even the cordon as an emergency so part of the prosecutor but at the end everything I should area. And the other one, are going to refer that to the council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So just for clarification, you are referring the rest of the question to the Office of Legislative Counsel?
Oh, that is, I can answer question in it.
Okay, Laureline, are you on the line? Ms. Ross, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Laureline is talking. She's just muted. So if she hears me, hopefully she'll unmute.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my understanding is that Delegate So had asked if any law enforcement officer of the Navajo Nation is authorized under this legislation to carry out the enforcement to destroy dogs or to address the problem. My answer is that as currently written on page 4, line 20 of the legislation in paragraph E, it states any dog running at large that an animal control officer determines has physically inflicted any such injury or in his/her discretion deems a danger to the health, safety, or welfare of other persons may be immediately destroyed by the officer. I just sent out an amendment that was approved by Delegate Raymond Smith to add to the first sentence there, after any dog running at large, that, and the new language would be any law enforcement officer or animal control officer. So with that proposed amendment by Delegate Raymond Smith, any Navajo Nation law enforcement officer is specifically authorized, would be specifically authorized in this legislation if it is adopted by council.
Did you mute it?
Lurleen, I apologize. Can you tell me again what your last name is? And then can you also tell me if you're done with answering the question?
Yes, this is Lurleen Tapahi from Office of Legislative Counsel, and I am done answering the question. As I said, with the proposed amendment, Navajo Nation law enforcement officers would be specifically authorized to enforce the terms of this provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tapaha. So with that, we also have requested the Acting Chief Prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, to also join in on this conversation because of the questions that were posed by Chair Henyo. Do we have Acting Chief Prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Pro Tem. Brandon Bitsui here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Bitsui.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I submitted some written comments to the Madam Pro Tem. If those can reach to the rest of and be tacked onto the legislation, I'd appreciate it. Do you want me to go ahead and make my comments and recommendations that I put together?
Mr. Bitsui, actually, there was a question posed by Chair Henyo. I'm going to go ahead and Chair Henyo, I'm going to give the floor to you, not taking any time away from you. If you want to go ahead and restate your question at this time for Acting Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Bitsui, at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunanda. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Bitsui for coming on the line. My concern with this legislation was consultation within the Office of the Chief Prosecutor and Department of Justice regarding the prosecution of this new Title 17 amendment as far as enforcement with DPS, but ultimately it would fall in the hands of the prosecutor to start prosecuting these new amendments. So therefore, my question was a consultation with the Office of the Chief Prosecutor, and then at the same time, was there any buy-in or recommendations before this legislation was drafted? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. So with that, Mr. Bitsui, the floor is yours to answer the question from Mr. Henyo.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you, Chair Henyo, for the question. As far as consultation, the only consultation we had was with the Law and Order Committee on earlier last month in May 24th, 2021, when we were consulted on the dog mauling and how the legislation could be addressed so that there could be justice in cases where there are victims of due to vicious dogs or dog maulings. I was currently actually just drafting a response because I received a memorandum from the Law and Order Committee on the subject of the dog maulings. I was I was actually working on it when I received this. If I could add comments for today's emergency legislation, I was unaware that it was going to be dropped this soon. But as far as buy-in, my position as the acting chief prosecutor is I am for this, and I think my office would enforce it as long as I'm soliciting more comments back from my team across the Navajo Nation and getting their thoughts, and so I can provide those later. But to answer the question directly, consultation, yes, but I would say not a lot in depth because of the short turnaround. Thank you, Chair Henyo. Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed on with the queue. We have Vice Chair Raymond Smith. After that, we have Honorable Kealan Begay, and then we'll go back to the sponsor. So with that, Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cessation. This is an amendment that was sent out at 4:43 p.m. regarding amendment number 1. I'd like to have Mr. Manuel Rico, read that into the record. I make that motion for this amendment. Thank you, Cessation, and I reserve the rest of my time.
Before we read that into the record, can I get a second?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second made by Chair Daniel So. So with that, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the amendment into the record, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Amendment number 1, page 4, line 20, insert the following new language. Paragraph E, after at large, that, insert new language, underscore any law enforcement officer or, end of new language. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So we do have a motion for amendment 1 made by Chair Raymond Smith, seconded by Chair Daniel So. With that, are there any questions? Quiet. So there are no questions to amendment 1. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the. Yes, sorry, Kealan Begay, go ahead.
I think Madam Speaker, the amendment going back to Title 17, anything is already enforced by the public safety to some areas. Does that mean that any time that you approach an animal that obviously has certain I guess a weapon like a stick for an individual just to chase the dogs away, well, I can't kill these dogs, officer comes over or something of that nature, just the immediate response and then by the time the cops delegates there or the rangers, so when they're being called, maybe the dogs would already be gone somewhere, and then it'll be hard for officers to look around or anything of that nature. So, to the issue of legislation niki area now we're just having the police officer, and the rangers to enforce this particular area where obviously an individual will be needed also immediately. Maybe the sponsor can answer the question. I mean, the amendment motion party. Shema, reserve the time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. What is his reserve time?
3 minutes, 33 seconds.
3 minutes and 38 seconds. Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, do we have anybody else in the queue at this time, Mr. Rico?
We do not have anybody in the queue.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and refer back to the sponsor at this time, Honorable Eugene So. I'm sorry, Amendment 1 was proposed by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. I do apologize for that. So with that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Good afternoon. This is Vice Chair Smith, Vice Sponsor of the Amendment 1. I think the question is basically from Mike Shea, asking who has the authority. On page 4 of 6, it just talks about the law enforcement officer and animal control. It doesn't include or exclude anybody else. But this just gives that language for animal control. Akon hislausha, adon hislaus dandenigi, jo ajita vedate dole, even not amendment is stated, not to be adult me, call either the Salaudan Linigi, Rangers, forestry officers, fish and wildlife. It's kind of jumping in because to see the animal control, dolada, call corner law enforcement, there's any beat so the snow, without a straight either, and I don't know, Linigi, the Hela.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. So with
Madam Chair,
Honorable Eugene, so are you wanting to ask a question on Amendment 1?
No, I just want to add on what he said. Raymond Smith.
Honorable Eugene, so Vice Chair Raymond Smith is the motioning party for Amendment 1. So if you want to ask a question, you do have 5 minutes to ask your question. Or to make
it's not a question. It's not a question, just what he said to enforce what he said.
Well, you got 5 minutes that we can go ahead and recognize you at this time, Honorable Eugene. So
I think we're all aware on it in the council delegate on it 20,000 later had any kind of emergency had the right people but the one that has the regulation to but sometimes there might be a ranger right there, or maybe another officer like Fish and Wildlife. They might be near. Law enforcement, the yachi kago the bekashi the better yachi kago a quite bit but not this it all this updated it all this but I thought we don't have to wait for other officers of the rightful officers to come along. So then we got sovereignty, we can do it our own way that we need. About hasn't got I think all of us know that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there my time?
Four minutes, 1 second. Madam Chair, you might need to press *6.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, point of privilege.
Any other chair that can take over?
This is Chair Hemio. I'll take over till we get Madam Chair Charleston back online. So, with this, Mr. Rico, where are we at now?
Sanat, I have a point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Delegate Mark Freeland.
Thank you, Sanat. Just a question related to this discussion. This is a question for OLS. More information needed. Do we charge the sponsor of the legislation 5 minutes, even though he's not the sponsor? But does he still get the 5-minute charge as well? In this case, Honorable Eugene. So, just a question for Ledge Council. Thank you, Chantal.
Yeah, National Delegate Freeland. The Office Legislative Council, Ms. Barba, has a question, point of privilege that was raised by Honorable Mark Freeland. He would provide a response to the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you. The council can take a recess at the call of the speaker. You just need to determine how long the recess will be.
Ms. Barba, I don't think that was the question.
Oh, I apologize then. If you could restate the question.
The question was that there was time allotted to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Shinata, Delegate Eugene So, and he was given 5 minutes to ask a question on his own legislation. And I believe the question would have been, is that proper, or what's going on here? I believe was the question from Shinata, Delegate Mark Freeland.
Okay, thank you. The sponsor asking a question about his legislation is unique. It would be preferable if a non-sponsor asked the question for him. I'm looking to see if there's anything actually that prevents him from asking a question. The sponsor doesn't get 5 minutes, so I'm gonna to ask questions or to make statements. I'm gonna say no, it's not appropriate. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you,
Chair
Ms.
Hano.
Barba, for that response. Shananta, Madam Chair, Charles, welcome back. I hand the virtual gavel back over to you.
I do apologize, colleague. My phone actually froze, so I was trying to push unmute, but it wasn't allowing me to, so I apologize for that. So really quickly, Ms. Barbara, I did recognize Honorable Eugene So on an amendment. The amendment was posed by, was a motion made by the sponsor of the legislation. On the main motion, Honorable Eugene So did have a question to the amendment, so I did recognize him and I did give him 5 minutes.
Okay, he gets a, just a second. I think the sponsor gets a, opportunity to respond, to amendments, but now the way I'm trying to follow this is that there was an amendment proposed and the sponsor of the legislation wants to ask a question to the sponsor of the amendment. I think that would be allowable, but yeah, that would be allowable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dana, this is Emmanuel.
Thank you. Somebody help here. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Speaker Pro Tem?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Manuel. I need your help, please.
Okay, so in regards to the question asked, it has been done that way previously, where the sponsor of the legislation was given 5 minutes to debate or comment on the amendment. I don't believe it's in the rules of order, but precedence has been set to where he doesn't just have all the time in the world.
Okay, thank you, Manuel.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rickness.
Point of privilege, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Pro Tem Charles Noon. That was me, Honorable Chair, that what Mr. Rico was talking about, I was the sponsor of one of the legislations, and I was given 5 minutes to speak on an amendment. So to me, that was in order. Thank you.
So with that I would put this confusion. I do apologize.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we can't hear you. It's coming in choppy.
Can you hear me? Yes, 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 can you
Honorable Henyo, are you on the line? Madam Speaker Pro Tem? Chairman Nez, would you like to sit in as Speaker Pro Tem until we can get Madam Charles Newton back on the line?
Yes, sir, Mr. Rico, for that. Honorable members of the 24th Council, we are on Amendment 1, and I believe it is in order to have Honorable Eugene So provided 5 minutes on the amendment. So I appreciate everybody's participation, and also staff, do we have anybody in the queue to speak to Amendment 1?
We have no one in the queue, but we do have reserve time, which Ms. Johnson just texted to you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Begay, Kialam Begay, you have 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Chairman, Kodo, my question was posed to the amending party. My point is that yes, the legislation does indicate that the who will be responsible or who has the authority. My point is that by the time they come over, all these dogs may have ran away or something. The procedure process, we may think that it's easy to convict a person in the court, unless I'm watching too much Law and Order show, that a lot of these things get too technical if these policies or laws are not fully outlined. Ranger able but stubborn now with a child or the heat that the Lord watch it. John the dog, Liki to quite by yesterday. Chairman, what I think could not outside the gate on none other list. But again, I support the legislation, but it's just a matter that we need to really, there's going to be a situation where things would start coming up that child that the odds the shade or it no the odds net or can that it's also cannot be but cannot or that ego go they child are they child and the other that the Lord. I mean that's the way for horses becomes a situation. Can I show you job and now go link could a touch al tar ko odds lady had now that no that quite sad that the whole band that daily. So after Schnitt quite chairman. You don't know if everyone is following my comment or statement, but I mean that's the situation that will probably the court and the prosecutor will recognize. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Begay, for your comments as well as your question. I will direct your question to Honorable Vice Chair Smith and also the prosecutor's office, but I'll give time to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, sir.
Okay, Che. I don't know Che 9 you could the page 4 of 6 again. Oh yeah, yes. A, as in page 4, line 2, offense. A person commits criminal nuisance if. Yes. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Dean dated Hada, Cessation, Heshi, but Cessation, what's Zago, because Digi, has law enforcement, though, animal control. Hala, huh? Able, Bohos Nitole. And the other one that you're talking about is Khayla, we can put in, I don't know if that can be done, but I'm sure that if the person is responsible for the animals, the dogs, that would be not in the offense. A person commits criminal nuisance, and who would be enforcing that? I think that would be another amendment that could be put into a. That could be. And that could be a proposed under under the legislation regarding Belonigi Sechao without because I thought Sechai but not what's then that there is that law in the animal control that allows persons that have the property to dispose of animals. They're covered under the animal control ordinance. If there's a dog attacking the sheep, goats, horses, cattle, or any animal, or any domestic chickens, or they can put down the animal immediately. Joy, you have his eye without the car. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. At this time, we have Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Eugenia Charles Newton back on the line, so I'll hand over the virtual gavel back to her. Charles Newton. *6.
Hello, Chair Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the gavel at that time. So with that, we do have next in the queue, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Pro Temp, Madam Speaker Kodota. Akia Kodota, Senate Honor Senate 24th Navajo Nation Council Kodota. Aron the Kodota, Shinala Kodota, Delegate Eugene So, Aron the Kodota, co-sponsor So Kodota, Shinala Nana Kodo, Delegate Vice Chair Smith Kodo, Kia Kodo. This legislation couldn't get that much, so it's Kodo. The National Kodo, the Quigo Shin ba night the kiddo, ba engaged Kodo, Nagate Cha, and the has Igi Bay, I see Kodo by Yes P. According to looking at this legislation, Kodo, other than amendments, I'm sure there's going to be amendments after amendments. So let's see. So looking at the legislation, $1,000, that is way too low. Shaban says Keso. $3,000 to cover the funeral costs. That's way too low. According to today, Greta has a funeral expense. They're like close to $10,000. According to Shamande Janisha, but the Chiho. Homabajan is Mahomaba Pesobaji, Nishbaji, Nisha. Those for against or later what is Chinigi Nation there. According to Ben Saskis, I mean Holland. I mean Holland, of course. So 3,000 is way too low. I don't know what amendment to buy Kodosa Solski. Or you go by night the kid. The great prosecutor's office, just niche. I think that the law enforcement, resource enforcement, fish and wildlife, I just don't know how she calls the law. Halita but that Halita Ikodoyin that all mesh. Jota is by night the kid. So the great Hazo at these nations in a deed about this case of Shiffer's window. According to Niban, how it's throughout the Navajo Nation, population of dogs is way up there. In Kienta or Jato, Zudo, the Hayused Cha, Ako Adonana, these big dogs like Rottweilers that load on that. Sain no ya the halia. Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Pit Bulls. That no ya the halia. Aro hasinanat eshaint or the katache. So we really need to look into this. Right? Hazoba should have the nap peno. I said that the nest peno. Panya feel tico. Zona do lessons. Di oyed oh no go na halo. Or you're things out all bended or jahatna halo. Area the yes can try but hazo kodo the fine to get as on the needs in Sadonana the expenses the kai the hazo not eat these. A conrade and that their needs either but at the local level, at the grassroots level. Say chabe na hot iki. A conrade and I see behind couldn't hash the question hodalia. Arasai and the husk kai or yego that is ne. Or that ego yego e fantastic so now I see passion or this legislation I support this legislation. But at the same time, we really need to get together, sit down together, and talk about this. So I'm going to make a motion for a work session. For work session at these nations, so I have not get these. So I'll make that motion. Madam Chair, Speaker, I don't know. Reserve time. Thank you.
So with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Herman Daniels for a work session at this time. Delegate Daniels, can you tell us when this work session, I guess the time frame for this work session to be held?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. So this is an emergency legislation, so I would say within 30 days. Thank you.
So we do have a motion for a work session and to bring this legislation back within 30 days. Is that correct, Honorable Daniel?
Yes.
So with that, the motion has been made. Can I get a second?
Point of order, Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate recognized.
Chair Naz, point of order. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just would like a clarification. Is this a tabling motion? Because he did say netindol sos, meaning place it on the table.
Chair Naz, I did hear that, but he also followed up with those posts for a work session, I believe is what he had said. Mr. Rico, is that correct?
Yes, what we can do is it can be a referral back to Nabikia for a work session and to bring back to the Navajo Nation Council no later than 30 days. So right after we have the work session, we can, have it brought back to council. Or if if Honorable Daniels would like to table to have a Nabikia work session, that's an option too. But this works a referral.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So just for clarification, Delegate Daniels, can you restate your motion and also the time frame and when you expect it to come back to council or Nabikia?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Earlier, I made a motion to table this for a work session. I do not bring this back before council within 30 days. Thank you.
So with that, colleagues, we do have a motion made by Honorable Herman Daniels. The motion is to table this legislation for a work session to send it back to Nabikia no later than 30 days. If I am correct, that's the way that it was stated. So with that, can I get a second? Second call for a second.
Delegate, 30 seconds.
So with that, we do have a motion and a second. I believe, and I'm looking through my rules of, my council rules of order. So Dana, perhaps you can assist me with this motion. Can it be debated?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, there is no debate, but the sponsor has 3 minutes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. And I did find Rule 20 on the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. I believe that that's what you're referring to. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, is it the main sponsor of the legislation or the sponsor of the amendment? I believe it is the sponsor of the legislation. So with that, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. You do have 3 minutes.
Akashi, Madam Chair. The 1 year ago, I took the OLC, had all the time to research and collaborate with the prosecutor. And then when I heard about the young lady that got attention, that's when I pushed it again. No, I just don't want to wait for another death. That's too much for me. Because now we need to acknowledge the legislation as an emergency. Even the emergency. Yes, we can make it better with the law and order in Navajo later on, but they cut big other on this is called be paid on watching. Even now, that's the reason why I need this to be acknowledged as a legislative emergency legislation. It's happening out there. Raymond, give me the rest of the time.
Delegate Eugene So, did you say you waived the rest of your time?
Raymond, get the rest of the time. Mr. Smith, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Shananta. The pro temp, the chairwoman, Eugenia Newton. Deeded emergency legislation is doesn't close. Still not color. A shorter, not all club and not it. Deeded the dot after has all been not a at the deeding. A call dick at icy bandate idot a. A call all national dish here on Hinanish icy that. ARPA money by yet here. Auto budget, auto work session. How should a Bohonates not did a call now a shortish and I don't know clinic. I that Title 13 beat us so. Now I did kid. I that bears any better hello. A call the on to doctors. But not a what that oh. Hada a honanatza. O beshmas an. O nas nadist. Oh yanda either. A call it out. Emergency that did no. Only Kai done canadolsos. Shadow, Shiat etashin and Ashwara, either caution knife. The carnash would all been co-sponsor ish later, and not a Azor, but not a other deal. A now, Shananda, co. A would be had this here last night, either emergency legislation. He said, chant, oh, they beta had said, Dasley, a call. There's 3,000 individuals are treated each year at hospitals and clinics. Even in addition, animal attacks and bites. Dolada, I see dolada, and it's children and elderly. Even not the dean. Dean data exhibit A without kahako. Ashwara now ka. Let's move forward with this. I can't laugh, Shanada.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we do have a motion to table for a Nabikiatsket work session. to be brought back no later than 30 days at this time. Just there's a reminder, colleagues, that this tabling motion does require a majority vote by the council, by the delegates of the council casting a vote in order for it to carry. So with that, it is non-debatable. So Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote at this time? Thank you.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Bush Red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Elmer Pipke votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
My car.
Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
You didn't vote.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
The tree, oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Monica votes red. Honorable Ebony Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Ebony Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswat-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, You have a vote of 7 in favor and 11 opposed.
Speaker Pro Tem, can I change my vote to red? Thank you. Freeland.
Ms. Uvella, did you get that vote change?
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. So the vote, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, is 6 in favor and 12 opposed.
So with that, we do have 12 who voted red. So this motion to table fails. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We are still on Amendment 1. Amendment 1 was motioned by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. It was seconded by Chair Daniel So. So with that, just a quick lineup of our time. I believe right now we do have
Madam Pro Tem Speaker?
yes, Honorable Yazi.
Yeah, can you give me some time to speak on the amendment?
Yes, we can go ahead and add you to the queue. So right now we have Honorable Kialan Bigay with no time left. He did not reserve his time. Honorable Eugene So at 4 minutes and 1 second. Honorable Herman Daniels at 1 minute and 14 seconds. So we'll go ahead and keep going forward at this time. We have in the queue right now Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, thank you for giving me some time. On the amendment, of course, I do support the legislation just from what has happened in the past, and I know, that the owners of canines have to be accountable, and also we're just getting a lot of people that are abusing animals that are just dumping them off and leaving them on the road, but that's another issue here. But I wanted to ask the amending party if he could add to up the funeral expense. $3,000, as was indicated earlier, is nothing. They're averaging at least about $5,000 to $6,000. So I was going to ask Mr. Smith on your amendment if you can include that, so that way we can, add that on to this amendment and take care of that area. Madam Pro Tem Speaker, I reserve my time. Ma'am?
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 2 seconds. So with that, we don't have anybody else in the queue. Before I go back to reserve time, I'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor of the amendments, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Pro Temp Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for being a pro temp on this legislation. For the moving forward with this legislation. I think this should be a separate amendment. Let's keep this as simple as possible. I would agree to this, but all I'm doing is on this behalf, Honorable Chairman Yazi, is just to put in language regarding the page 4 of 5, or 4 of 6 rather, just to put in law enforcement. So I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, but that would be a request for as a different amendment to amend the fines on that. I would do it, but I'd rather just keep Amendment 1 simple, and then we can vote on it, and then we can draft up. I'm sitting here right now. I could draft it up as a second amendment on the request from Honorable Edmund Yazi. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. Again, Honorable Kealambigue did not reserve his time. Honorable Eugene So, you have 4 minutes and 1 second.
Chair, not Chair, Madam Chair. The court amendment in source again. Say that you don't know. To add on the yard. So I need shut to Arnaga, but to within the Title 13 beyond there on health and welfare of Abacar, Chapter 9 Animal Control Ordinance beyond and way 1701 subsection R. Late D to 8 Abacar. That is an owner of a livestock equine poultry discovered a dog killing or wandering his or her livestock equine poultry, he or she may drive off and or kill the dog. So opposite or so is not opposite. What now closely not this go a what I don't a beyond Title 13 beyond not ye named or not ye not or creation to connect not the so a card, but it just says not ye could or what car was in that section 2 17 beyond again. So it or what could you go a year join the youngest in it on me. Even now go it did out of speed, so it angry school sponsor is so it ask creation potato is fancy potato in I don't hard and that is a bit of banana sheet or least. So you should be near such a question up Bahalia, such a dog street that they make it on. Even now, boy, a question found it banana sheet or least law enforcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So, Delegate Daniels, you have 1 minute and 14 seconds.
I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. Delegate Yazzie, you have 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, so with that, would just like to ask if Ms. Barbara can, could write the amendment up for upping the funeral expense, and I'll go ahead and add that on when we get back to the main legislation. I waive the rest of my time, Madam Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. So with that, we have nobody in reserved time. Honorable Eugene So did not reserve his time. Delegate Daniels did yield the rest of his time, as well as Delegate Yazzie. So there is nobody else in the queue at this time, colleagues. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote on Amendment 1. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with that, committee members, we do have Amendment 1 that does pass. We are back at the main motion for this legislation. Mr. Rico, can you send me the time for the delegates for the main motion?
Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Delegate Yazzie?
Request to speak on the main motion. Sheet pen.
We will put you in the sheet pen. Okay, at this time we have main motion. This is the time. We have Chair Daniel So at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Chair Jamie Henio at 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Vice Chair Otto So at 1 minute and 4 seconds. Vice Chair Raymond Smith at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Key Allen Begay at I'm assuming we have Honorable Key Allen Begay, who is next in the queue, followed by Chair Rick Nez and Honorable Edmund Yazzie. So with that, Honorable Key Allen Begay, the floor is yours.
Yatishma, Nana, Pro Tem Speaker. Ado, Stantani Dinigi Kodo, the not so Dinigi by Mr. Eugene So Nin Sozigi. I probably will be misunderstood of my statement here, but no matter how high of a bar that we put in terms of penalties, we will still have a problem enforcing it at the local level. Kodosh brother, we did get a response or report from the Fish and Wildlife, the dog control department. We're allowing it. We're allowing it to happen. But yet in return, all we're going to do is just penalize the individuals. The enforcement, the key beso you only beso ad bena anishi. There's several areas kodo has anlego ko ad the locations yes yego beso bebiche and has it adonal nishiki eten. There's vacancies and then hit it no ben khanne ado kodo bena anishi chide Strabahazan she tata the liedon ado adhit ashi what equipment they utilize to catch these dogs. Ako ela ehit bahitsi sto arch, and I believe RDC had requests to also develop an emergency legislation to appropriate a certain amount of funding for this program to go in full force to resolve the stray dogs and every legal chant or tada the cheki catch that they la the binti aj be hat on no atten because they hajashi enforcement. I support the legislation, but all we're doing is allowing that to happen because we're not really in control of it. And then I'm sure there's no public information not about the Hanna Akita. And then there's also a policy in place already that right now, even though an individual may say that, well, the current policy says that I can have 4 dogs. So what that age actually in me has on it you that those things but this policy, this is the criminal code title 17 to H na ko H ya ko halet ala kodo dik agent programs yen da listo le halet ala e peso sa panli nisto le ko if we're so much to get a legislation in place through emergency, why can't we provide funding for these programs through emergency legislation? And I don't know if our legislative council is able to develop an emergency legislation where we can be able to pass that legislation today as well. So, Eddie, could I request Madam Chair Speaker? I hope I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you for that. I should say so with that reserved time at 1 minute and 24 seconds. So we're going to move down the list. We have Chair Rick Nez.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. Aro Peshmas Anjanant Anotleniki. Aro Anot Horizon Age Koro Lecha Horat or Tidas. I don't hear ways at he lado the Christian hidden Nessa Tidabet Ilia but Ado. A Koti Korobe has Ani Shanala. Honorable Eugene Sojin laid on hit that on in Sozuki, Ahut Anson, Bekek Echo A Koro. That it what our D Koroban Suske Siki a Yaha Saho Ani A shit is on the A Yaha Koroshin Eben Yah Koro Navig Tisto a ko Ani a donation I Horoba by Yastiki a ko Korosa Betan Hadit Ahe Asat at Nahagain also Spaso A 3.1 million. Animal control officers hold on that the dot bananas is bananas is what ended to a la cha you said la on jacket at all hashing the let chat or yada halyara hashing jagak I don't let charge in the city market da bashes the let channel alone dark kid as ani Egg don or added or less than yet any. Of course, how should it? I get so loud a dog animal control officers again did no egg or amendment alia. A cook about Sonanas case go instant go a just as zingy share where Cessation the Cessation but the his day she tipi la go ero da bein ni nicht got a cro a shipel ton hade stintigation base be hosel qui tudish is go sheet and sen go banses case hala sa han he license da halno bel don't conceal weapons in the Japan yeah a co the nation case go ani upati nation here way over liago fish to play chat lagos OTG K was a dish lot dish oceans and all I thought the kid only taken in a cross charge visited il don't it Asians and Gobans. A car a corona big hit off at a hall in go a band sick case don't hit the nab in that on fashion dog fishing. Donado Niso Hajoro le Hikishi Joban Sigi or a cro emergency legislation so go area Honsoba des Zeto here Honorable Eugene Sodo Smith or these Betan Hadit in Fahadan Yagi. Thank you and I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 54 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed down to Delegate Admin Yazzie. I know that you're going to be presenting an amendment. We did receive that email. But before you do that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsors so that we don't lose track of the questions that are being asked, and then I'll return back to you, Delegate Yazzie. So with that, the sponsor of the legislation, Honorable Eugene So, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you to answer the questions being posed to you.
Oh, Ani what the question that council and lawn his better having hot concerns that people come if down the unity to open the syntaxes on me and the hot kitchen once it day not about William to see not changing which hot or need to even yet hate at this hot as on yeah newspaper sent up a card in the jail last Lord Mayes has metals. Kutaya $100. So it is a hat in Hagan. Accordiani or Adi Hekada, but don't know than a very hard hot. Trade at don't get up has daughter, so we hope to second amendment of piece of the Heda killed not at Ahonas, air that Heda that don't hard day that I'll be hot. So I don't happy has I'm hello. So the very quick come down. The relationship number person the busy about 10 miles this time. I try not to get other things not that I don't know. Quite she got one morning 3 years ago. She said she Sheila called asking she yeah what does it or other best is it's yeah but but she know the answers. I got the northern in the خطوة جيدة نعناع شيء جيدة بيجي يا نتي نالي كم بالنص كوبان just case of that all night. I don't know how many hours she's been protecting that little calf because all these straight dogs and go you nothing that they want to see the corner the trade is collect on home now some of them were hurt of course they can yeah could I song about hard daily the tracks that's gone ask kill 8 of them. Katie Shan all of us. I could agree that's what it agree said shadow to 8 of that you know that they're going to kill that little cat. Even now I had to do something. I could agree that Annie or the hard Annie are not as daily ago. Annie be hashing hot water. The $100 what it about $100 that's at if I use a rifle in the John, never should be on call 8 Agoda, which is sample a done Mr. Rick Nash. Thank you. I don't know what Rim has put on Russ Vice President Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker of this legislation. I think Shin and I covered the entirety of what is being proposed this afternoon or this evening. But I'd like to reflect back on Exhibit A, and that's on the website today. Animal control must have additional funding to accomplish the following, and it has several listed. Of course, they need more officers. They need to reduce the number of bite cases for the our children and the elderly, excuse me. Reduce the number of livestock loss damages by dog attacks. This is a big problem, and it's increasing, and it's increasing every year. And it appears that when citations are issued, these are put on the back burner. Civil cases are considered lesser priority over more serious violations. It's always been that way. So do we need the chief of prosecutor, since he's on board acting, to hear this, to ensure that citations and violations are not put on the back burner and not considered a priority? This is human life. This is property damage by animals that are running at large, and they're becoming more and more vicious and aggressive. The animal control are saying that they agree. They're even taught that these animals can turn even on the owners, even on their own family. And that's a big issue. The severity of the dog bite cases is increasing as we speak. That's why this is an emergency legislation. So if we do fund these officers, which I agree with, but it's recurring, and we can put a Band-Aid on it, and we can put dollars there, but it takes time for Fish and Wildlife to train animal control officers and to put them out there in the areas that we need animal control officers. And it does take a lot of training on behalf of getting these officers equipped, getting them certified, and not only them, but also law enforcement officers to be aware of Title 13. And Title 13 has its own laws and regulations in there. And we're only as good as our system, Shenandoah and Ofinigi. These cases can be filed in the prosecutor, and there's statistics in there. And the statistics is saying that they're not being filed in there. Even if we don't fund fully the capacity to have all the animal control officers, we need to let the people know, and this is what law enforcement used to say, and we would understand that back in the day, and they would say, I see don't send the and this will be a good step in deterring and address the problem. If we could let them know that so that's what I'd like to say on this behalf. And we need to move forward with this legislation. Thank you.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to the lineup. We have Delegate Edmund Yazzie, who will be proposing an amendment. So with that, Delegate Yazzie.
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, thank you for giving me the time. At this time, my colleagues and everyone that's listening, I would like to propose an amendment and want to thank our attorneys for writing this up as well. On page 5, line 20 to 21, strike out the 3,000 to 6,000 for the victim's funeral expense, and that's worded in the amendment. And I ask my colleagues to support this, and pleading with you all, just the reason being that the expenses of all the costs that went, God forbid, on funeral expenses, is a costly area. And so, and I heard that, the responsibility is back on us as owners of any pets that we own. And so I would ask my colleagues for your support on this amendment. That would be my motion, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Reserve my time.
Second, Delegate Rick Nez.
Delegate Yazzie, I believe your time is 3 minutes and 49 seconds for reserved time. With that, motion has been proposed. Second by Chair Rick Nez. This is, I believe, Amendment 2 that is being proposed at this time. Again, we do have a motion. We have a second. So with that, Mr. Rico, can you read that amendment into the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Amendment number 2.1 on page 5, lines 20 and 21. Insert the following new language. Overstrike, after shall pay, overstrike 3,000 and insert 6,000. After the following sentence, after the word the, overstrike 3,000 and insert 6,000. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or languages of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
So with that, are there any questions to the amendment, to Amendment 2?
Madam Chair,
Kellen.
So
we have 2 people in the queue at this time. I will go ahead and start with Honorable Kialan BA, and then we'll proceed forward to Vice Chair Otto. So.
The amendment could Mr. Yazzie and Niyahaki, rather than putting a dollar figure in there, maybe just why not put in the full expense of the final funeral expense? So that way people will be too serious about the situation, because there's a lot of area that out and then mortuary charge a lot this, but how long will that go? I'm sure if this is going to go through the court process, does that mean that well, the funeral needs to be done quickly, obviously, but I mean, how will be determined quickly that this individual has to pay, or the dog owner has to pay this amount? The final expense will be responsible. I don't know if that could be an amendment, a modification request to the motion party. Reserve time.
I have a question too.
Honorable Elmer Begay, I'll go ahead and add you to the queue. So with that, we do have a request for an amendment modification. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the motioning party for Amendment 2, Delegate Edmund Yazzie.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, and to the question of Mr. Begay, Honorable Begay, appreciate the comment. I, excuse me, with the $6,000 amount would be an amount that is going to be set. If we include the full expense, then that's going to vary from funeral homes. It could go up to 8,000, and even all the way up to 10,000. So it's going to fluctuate. I feel that with the set amount of 6, it's set there. It's not going to be any lower. It's not going to be any higher. And so I believe for starters, my colleagues, that this would be a good start. But if we feel that it needs to go up or include the full expense, then we can add that. We can add that at another time. But I would respectfully ask Mr. Begay that we just keep it at 6,000, sir. Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
So with that, Honorable Kealan Begay, the request for the amendment modification sounds like it is not going to happen. So with that, just so we're clear, you do have 3 minutes and 9 seconds reserved time. I'm going to go ahead and go down the queue. So in the queue right now, we have Vice Chair Otto So, we have Honorable Elmer Begay, and we have Chair Daniel So. So with that, Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, this question be posed to Ledge Council. I think there's a provision somewhere in the code or the Federal Code of Federal Regulations relating to the maximum amount a fine could be imposed on, I guess, Indian tribes. And I think somewhere it was like $5,000. So if you go back to a lot of the criminal code, it speaks to the maximum fine of $5,000. Just would like to have our Ledge Council elaborate on that, see what that is, because if we go with $6,000, I think we'll be surpass that, and I think $5,000 to stay within that range. I think that's what I propose. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 52 seconds, Vice Chair. So with that, we'll go ahead and go down to Honorable Elmer Begay.
What is the answer?
ICRA has a maximum of 15,000 for certain offenses.
Okay, and you have it in front of you?
This is not a fine.
Honorable Elmer Begay, before you proceed with your question, Ms. Barbara,
Okay.
Can you mute your phone?
Yes.
Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Okay, yes, another the legislation in Florida. Application in the
Honorable Elmer Begay, I'm not sure if it's on your end or if it's just me, but I think you cut out there. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you still there? Staff, can you all hear me?
We can hear you. It's on his end.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that was not hearing the question. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you still there? Are you still on the line?
He muted himself.
Honorable Elmer Begay, *6. Is he still on the line?
It looks
Mr.
like
Rico?
his call dropped.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed forward since we did lose the call from Honorable Elmer Begay. We'll go ahead and restore his time back to 5 minutes because I think his phone started acting up right at the beginning of his questions. So with that, we're going to proceed forward to Chair Daniel So.
Kaya na siya Madam Speaker Pro Tem to Shanantai 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kodo sato wa and the question would go to Legislative Council. My question regarding should we insert in this amendment the word restitution? Because now all those funeral homes who operate on or near the reservation, they want expenses paid before the release of the decedent. So in that respect, should we insert restitution? The other is, as a matter of record, we recently had the young lady who passed from the dog attack. I, for myself, would like to know the cost of the funeral. And that would basically be a basis for how we proceed on this amendment. Again, this is an arbitrary number. It will not suffice. I think we have to have a little bit more based on a matter of record. The other is the question of one, it was a gang of dogs. So each of those animals, if their owners can be traced, then would they share in the restitution? And if those dogs are captured, then the aspect of euthanasia should be, rather than just saying destroyed, let's insert the word euthanasia. That way at the Animal Control Center, that can happen. With that, I'd like to ask my chair to basically have inserted restitution into the amendment, as well as the other animals associated with that person's passing. Then there would be euthanasia. And again, I'd like to reserve my time regarding the question on what the funeral expenses was on the recent young lady's passing. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 19 seconds. So with, I believe there were 2 questions raised for legislative council. Ms. Bobroff or Ms. Tapa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Tapaye will answer the question from Otto So and also from Chairman So. Thank you. And she'll be on the line in half a second.
Madam Chair, this is Lurleen.
Go ahead, Ms. Tapaye.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, as to Otto So's question, under the Indian Civil Rights Act, that's what he was referring to, I believe. There is a provision under 25 USC 1302 B. It does allow, for certain criminal offenses, it does allow a fine greater than greater than 5,000 up to 15,000. So the 6,000 would fit within that. Thank you.
Laurelyn, can you also respond to Delegate Daniel So's question about restitution?
I think, well, I apologize. Could Honorable Delegate So repeat his question quickly?
Chairman So's question was, should restitution be submitted, included in the amendment?
Yes, I can answer that. If you take a look at the entire legislation, if you go to the very bottom of page 4, there is already in the criminal statute in Title 17, under B1, which is line 30, the very bottom of page 4, and then it continues on to page 5. This is pre-existing language in Title 17. It does say, the trial court shall review all charges to ascertain whether there's a personal victim and whether restitution or nalier shall be paid to the victims. So there is a provision for that already in the criminal code here for criminal nuisance. And the new language that would be added with this legislation under the new subsection 6, which is in the middle of page 5, this simply makes it a minimum fine, criminal fine of $1,000. And it is imposed notwithstanding restitution. So it would be in addition to any restitution that the trial court would see fit to impose. If it is desired that restitution be mandatory, then I think to make it mandatory, we would have to come up with a dollar amount, some minimum dollar amount to be paid. Otherwise, I do believe that the existing language is sufficient and does provide for payment of restitution at the trial court's discretion.
His question was, should the $6,000 be described as restitution?
Okay. Yes, the $6,000 can be described as restitution rather than a fine, because the definition of restitution is to pay back, to restore something that is lost, to compensate someone for injury or loss. So that is not a criminal fine. That is simply restitution. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Tapahay, and also Ms. Babroff. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Are you back on the line? Second call for Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear
we
me
can
now?
hear you. Yes,
Okay,
we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, is another. Although, my question was, go directly to that, is it mandatory still this, that, Nadia Linigi? That's my first question, though, this. Because, I seen this happen. Because, Abbasat, although, she not, and although, because it asa hawando okut inko. Is it mandatory to pay that nalie charges linigita. Ako do in the nosha. Ako kay long. The ashin kon nosha hot asha ish. Ashpe hot dolis hasit edolis. Okay, it is like this because I thought I nobody do is a press charge is a do hot air it is hot air or is it can be mandatory to pay the penalties hot air. I see that call no if or but that the section but is nalia has nalia so that into the is Khalid. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to the motioning party for Amendment 2, Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, thank you, and also to Mr. Begay and to Mr. So. Let me just go to Mr. So's real quick. I hope what our attorneys had indicated that, Mr. So, that you're okay with the wording that was described by our legal staff with the wording restitution, okay? And then with Mr. Begay, I know that the two different areas. This amendment, of course, is going to be it's added on to the legislation. What the attorneys had explained earlier was that the restitution is on a different line, and so, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, maybe our attorneys could go into details and answering Honorable Elmer Begay's question on his question. Madam Pro Tem Speaker?
Ms. Takahe or Ms. Babroff, can you assist Delegate Yazzie?
Laureline, can you answer that question, please?
I would need the question repeated. I'm sorry. Madam Chair, can you hear?
That's fine. Yes, Ms. Tabahay. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and go back to Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay, can you repeat the question? I will not take any time away from you since Lead Counsel is asking you to repeat the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shinale. Thank you for that. Laureline. Good afternoon. My question was going directly to is the charges or any penalties, or I heard about restitution too. Is it going to be mandatory to go through when it happens, when this incident happens? Is it going to be a mandatory restitution or paying penalties, or the amount that's going to be? I heard that there's an amount in it that they have to pay. Is it going to be mandatory, or I heard about where some family members, close relatives, that just let it go. They didn't press any charges, but there was a dispute happened. So, if nobody wants to, if one of the family members don't want to say it's gonna be okay like that, what's going to happen? Is this going to be mandatory charges or penalty or restitution that we're talking about? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara? Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Begay. The way the legislation is written, the legislation on page 5, in the middle of the page, the new subsection 6 that would be added if this legislation is adopted, it would impose a minimum term of imprisonment for each violation of 30 days. And the maximum would be not more than 365 days. It also says, or a minimum fine of $1,000, not more than $5,000 would be imposed, or both. So those are minimum penalties for a violation. As far as restitution, the payment for funeral expenses, whether it's $3,000 or $6,000, that is also a mandatory provision. But we don't consider that a fine, we consider that restitution. So those are the minimum mandatory provisions that would be imposed.
Not his question. His question was.
If they press charges.
Yeah, you gotta say that the charges
Right.
have to be pressed.
The penalties would be imposed only if a person is found guilty of a criminal nuisance. So if a person does not press charges, if a person is injured, or if it's a family member whose daughter or son was injured, if they didn't press charges, then it would be up to the prosecutor to proceed with a trial to obtain a conviction. And if the prosecutor, just like with any other criminal nuisance or any other crime, the prosecutor would take the case and decide whether or not to pursue a criminal complaint against a person who is suspected of committing criminal nuisance. So if the prosecutor says, well, this family is not pressing charges, the prosecutor would likely decline to move forward prosecuting the case. So only if the prosecutor goes through the entire trial prosecuting the case and there is a judgment by a trial court of guilty of the offense here of criminal nuisance because of a vicious dog attack that results in injury or death. So you have to have a guilty finding in order for the minimum sentences and penalties to be applicable. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. I guess my do we still have Mr. Bitsui on the line? Acting Chief Prosecutor
Yep.
Brandon Bitsui, are you still on the line?
Yes, Madam. Madam Pro Tem, I'm still here.
Mr. Bitsui, I know that those questions were posed for Legislative Council. Is there anything that you would like to add on to what has been discussed so far regarding the questions posed by the delegate?
No, but I think the analysis is good as far as whether, there's still a determination of whether cases even go forward, depending on, I think something that should be we should talk about too is identifying that the owners of the dogs, under Navajo law, all dogs are supposed to be registered to a person, but the reality is that they're not. And, for instances, if they're feral dogs, there's probably not going to be charges pressed against anyone based upon no lack of ownership. And then, say there is kind of ownership, but it's not, people own dogs, but they don't register them. And in those cases, we're going to have to prove who owns those dogs based upon, other evidence, I would say, from other people, neighbors, that can identify the dogs that they are owned by people. So there's a lot of factual kind of analysis I can already think of when in the future when we prosecute these cases of proving ownership, and how that could alone could determine whether or not we could even proceed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they did this. The first defense that I can think of is that, those aren't my dogs, and we have to prove it under the way it's written. If they allow the dogs to run at large, they could just say they're feral dogs, and if that person doesn't have them registered, then we have to do some more digging. So I just kind of wanted to put that in there. But as far as the distinction between a fine and nalia, I think that's covered very well as also. And but those are my thoughts and responses to those questions, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time at this time, since we don't have anybody else in the queue. Actually, yes. So with that, Delegate Elmer Begay, you did not reserve your time, so you have no time remaining. We'll go ahead and go back up, and again, this is for Amendment 2. We have Honorable Kealan Begay at 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Okay.
For the person to receive the funding, should the process goes through, it adds up. A modification, total expense of the funeral, the acting prosecutor indicated that the ownership will be very much of a problem, because every house, probably majority of the time that this the dog just came over. I think there's got to be further way that another way that we really need to
go back to the responsibility. I mean, how do we prove of an ownership? And then even the program itself, even though that we are talking about only Title 17 implementing the policy, but how do we go further up into getting a certain type of a program? And I think the previous legislation, I'm trying to look for it. It does indicate that these dogs have to be, a chip has to be implanted into these dogs. And has ani, we can max out every criminal code in Title 17, but if the program is lacking funding, resource, that nothing much that we can do on this. So I'll continue to say that, but nonetheless, yes, supporting this legislation, I'm okay with it. But again, 6,000, I would yes believe that it is still too low for us to make that as a final policy. But I believe that there should be a language that should say that we're the responsibility of the dog owner will be pay the cost of the final funeral expense. Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, thank you.
Okay, next in the lineup, we have Vice Chair Otto still at 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe as we move forth on this legislation, you know, the main question should be, how do we hold the animal owner responsible for their dogs? Whether it's a cat also, or any type of animal. How do we hold them and make them responsible animal owners? Although the other aspect is to I guess the workforce. We really need to address that. If the executive branch does not hire more animal officers, same old thing. And like I said, also is that there's no input from the executive branch on this. Then, this is the third incident where a death has occurred due to animal mauling, and the program director and managers really has not brought only Haji stage ensign. And وناسك باش ما أن لنيجي أن هتا أقعد نهنا نشندات us being the division directors and the managers. These recommendations should be coming from the programs. Animal control audit program manager Lenny Haish Nihaish Benahat. Department of Justice they Haish Benahat at the Adon the audit division director of DNR had up and at the DD at then. Oh, that's it. Wallah. And it makes me concerned is I have these issues with the programs not having their input on this and many other things. And just like the legislation that we passed earlier, Honorable Paul Begay's legislation, the council had to act on this. This is another piece of legislation that I say that really needed these program managers to be part of the conversation, but there's no any type of comment from the 5-day comment period, if there was one. Adan. Oh, what oh, should it it is what I see it on there. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 40 seconds. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go down to the next person with reserved time. Chair Daniel So, 1 minute and 19 seconds.
Thank you, Shiaza. Speaker Pro Tem. Again, request to Che Edmund Yazi. Insert the word restitution in the amendment. It's simple. We say it twice in the legislation, in the law. That's better. It will make it clear. The other is, I listened to RDC and animal control and other folks basically said, because of the pandemic, our people were not out there to enforce these laws. And there was a tremendous increase in the dog population. Where in this legislation can we assert that the increase in population was due to the fact that we were in a emergency pandemic situation? That has to be said. And how do then we go proceed to do spay and neuter? So with that, after the legislation is adopted, I would like to seek a directive separately from the legislation. Thank you.
Chair, so your time is up. So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the motioning party for Amendment 2, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Madam President, Speaker, thank you. And then to all my colleagues with their questions and concerns with the amendment, Mr. Chairman, so on the legislation, on the restitution, I guess I have to direct this to our attorneys. Where could that be written on this amendment, Madam Pro Temp Speaker?
Ms. Papahay or Ms. Cabral?
Madam Speaker, this is Lurleen with Legislative Council. I just sent the amendment adding the word restitution to Amendment 2. To the $6,000, I just added the word restitution. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Honorable Edmund Yazi.
So with that, and thank you, Ms. Tava, for the email. So I do see it, and I'm okay with that, okay, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, and also, Chairman. So, ma'am.
So I guess just for clarification, I did not hear a request to modify the amendment. There was just a request to put in the word restitution into the legislation. So at this time, the motioning party for Amendment 2, Honorable Edmund Yazi, did state that he is okay with adding that language into the amendment or into his amendment 2. My question, Ms. Barbroff, does there have to be an official request to modify the amendment to add this language, and can the motioning party for the amendment make that change?
Madam Chairman, the process would be, since the amendment has already been in the record, read into the record, would be that Chairman So make a request to Delegate Yazzie to modify the amendment to add the restitution verbiage. Then Delegate Yazzie would accept that, and as would whoever seconded the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. I just needed clarification. So, Chair, So did make that request for the modification. The request did come through Legislative Council. It was approved by the motioning party for Amendment 2, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. So it looks like we are in order with proceeding forward with this language to be added into the Amendment 2. So with that, Chair, so your time is out. Again, just for clarification, and perhaps Manuel, you can assist me on this one. The change has been made. There doesn't have to be, the vote will come when Amendment 2 is voted on. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct. The change that was made, and I'll read it into the record, is that from the original amendment, the words after the overstrike of 3,000, what was included is underscore restitution in the amount of 6,000, and that's on the first sentence. That is the only change or modification, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Manuel. So with that, colleagues, there was a change in the language for Amendment 2 at this time. I just want you to be aware of that. We should have all got the email. So the motioning party for Amendment 2, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, has agreed to that change. So we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. We do have, nobody is in the queue at this time as far as I know. We do have, I guess my question is, before I proceed for the remaining time, Dana, can you clarify, do we need a motion and a second for this modification and the amendment?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Rico.
We would just need a concurrence from the motioning party, and then from the second to accept this modification, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So we did get a concurrence from Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Second at this time is Chair Rick Nez. Chair Nez, are you in concurrence with this amendment, this modification made to the amendment?
Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton, thank you. Yes, I do concur. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward then at this time. We're going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. We only have one person with reserve time, and that's Vice Chair Otto. So we do not have anybody else in the queue. So Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours. Vice Chair, are you there? second call for Vice Chair Otto So.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, Vice Chair, you have 40 seconds.
Thank you very much. Those are just some of my concerns that I talked about earlier. And as the council moves forward to try to fix the issue pertaining to the laws and and us making the recommendation, at some point, when do we hold the programs responsible for their work also? But again, people listening, this is Navajo Nation Council trying to fix the policies again. But we don't know if it's going to be signed into law. It may be vetoed from us again. So, but we're trying to address the public needs. And there's many more policy issues that we need to change. So I think the council, we just need to roll up our sleeve and start doing them ourselves. Just legislation. So that's all I have to say. Again, I appreciate Honorable Eugene So for bringing this legislation forth. Again, thank you, Eugene So, for addressing this issue.
Time, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
So with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. This is pertaining to Amendment 2 that is being sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. So with that, since we have nobody else in the queue, we have nobody else in the reserved time, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote on Amendment 2. Ms. Malala, can you assist us with the vote?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knapp-Bakati. Honorable Amber Knapp-Bakati. Honorable Amber Knapp-Bakati did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon via text votes green. Excuse me, Madam Chair. Speaker Pro Tem. Speaker Damon did not vote, but Honorable Herman M. Daniels did vote via text. He votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona
votes
did not
green.
vote. Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Haniel.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Haniel votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Inez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Inez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is your, yeah,
Eugene Stowe votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Winika.
Green.
Edison Winika votes green. Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Evan Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Alma Begay. Alma Begay. Alma Begay does not vote. Amber Knispah-Crotty. Amber Knispah-Crotty. Amber Knispah-Crotty did not vote. Speaker Damon.
I vote green.
Speaker Damon votes green. Vince James.
Vince James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Madam Speaker, you have a vote of 28 in favor, 0 opposed, and 4 non-voting.
Ms. Luvella, can you repeat that again?
You have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and 4 non-voting.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I'm sorry, it cut out there for a little bit. So with that, colleagues, Amendment 2 passes. We're going back down to the main motion at this time. So right now in the main motion, we had the last person that was called was Honorable Edmund Yazzie, who did propose Amendment 2. At this time on the main motion, I don't believe we have any new people who've been added to the queue, so we're going to go back to reserved time. We do have on reserved time Chair Daniel Stowe at 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
On the main motion, thank you. I had questioned what the actual funeral expenses was for the young lady's recent passing, but I'll hold it in abeyance. But I would actually say that we should pass this amended legislation, and I would vote in favor of it. Thank you. I defer the balance of my time.
Thank you for that, Chair Daniel. So as just as a, I guess, as a matter of the request that you had made regarding the funeral expenses, I do apologize. I didn't even know who to reach out to ask that question. So I apologize that that question was not asked. However, I think what we could do is, and I think this would be good information for council to know, is what the average funeral cost is for a individual who has passed from non-COVID related, I guess, from something that is non-COVID related. If we can get staff members to start working on that. Do we have the chief of staff on the line?
She's here, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I believe we can reach out to maybe the Division of Social Services Director Neswood Gishi.
Thank you for that, and perhaps that could be something that we could ask in an email so that we all get the information, since Chair So did state that he'll go ahead and hold his question in abeyance, but I think, again, it is something that this council should be aware of, is the average funeral cost for non-COVID related.
Point of order, is it?
Yes. Yes, point of order. Who called a point of order?
Because Del Eugenio.
Chair Henyo, go ahead, point of order.
Yes, I believe as Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as a pro tem, you're able to facilitate the meeting and not be part of the debate, and therefore just call upon the delegates that have reserved time so far. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. I wasn't being part of the debate. I was just apologizing that I didn't know who to reach out to for the question that was posed by Chair Daniel So I did ask that we maybe get some information on that. And it is not part of the debate. It is just, again, a request for information. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go down to reserve time. We are now on Chair Henyo at 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this is the 24th Nomination Council. This is Delegate Eugene So for providing this legislation before the council. Just I feel uneasy. I mean, we're rushing into this when it should. I believe it should have went through the Law and Order Committee and then through the Navajo Committee, because it's a change in the law and it has ramifications for people of combination that are owners of animals, pets, so to speak. So, being an emergency, I'm trying to see why it's an emergency. I believe it should have went through the proper channel for vetting, through Law and Order Committee, and then so, I wouldn't be more comfortable voting for it that way. Put it in question. That's my comment. Again, there's the time.
I apologize, I was talking on mute. So with that, Chair Henyo, your time is 2 minutes and 53 seconds. We'll go ahead and go down to the next person on reserved time. Vice Chair Otto So, 1 minute and 4 seconds.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Vice Chair.
Alrighty, and we're still on the main motion, correct?
Yes, we are on the main motion.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just indicate that we do need to address many other policies like this, and I think as we move forth, we need to start addressing policies in this fashion, such as horse roundup, such as other issues. I think programs are not really addressing these matters, and we have time to work on these matters, and I think those are just my recommendation, and I appreciate Honorable Eugene So for bringing this legislation forth. And to see this legislation and the last legislation that we passed with no department inputs or anything, then though what the that's all I have to say, and I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have time waived. So before I go on to the next person with reserved time, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor for the legislation, Honorable Eugene So.
Madam Chair, if you can give me time after the voting of this main motion, that would be better for me to see the outcome first.
That's it. Thank you. Chair Smith might have something.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with reserved time. We do have Vice Chair Raymond Smith at 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Temp. That's it. Having a little technical difficulties here. Sorry about that, but Shinandada no Klinigi. I appreciate the fact that we had 2 amendments. One was to ensure that law enforcement is listed in the page 4 regarding animal control and law enforcement, and it doesn't limit just the animal control. And then the Second Amendment with the restitution and the amount, that's well done. And I think now we're ready to possibly vote unless there's more amendments, but I don't think there's any other amendments. But Shinandada no Klinigi, I know that as we do legislations, sometimes we have to revert back to looking at the laws and governing them regarding our current penalties, criminal penalties, and Navajo Nation law does provide penalties which are criminal, and we want to deter offenders. And keeping vicious dogs, especially attacking people and property. Neither does the nation make it a crime to allow people to own vicious dogs, but when it comes to when they're out there running at large, then that becomes a big concern, and that does create havoc among folks that want to enjoy the outdoors, and we don't want that to happen. So with this legislation that she and I put in place, and I as a co-sponsor encourage us to vote positive on this. I'm sure you will vote in positive on this, but we need to also consider that animal control needs funding. They need personnel. I was thinking of doing an amendment, but I don't have a budget. I don't have it lined up. But in all due respect, I'd like to get with animal control officer and see what kind of budget they can provide for us and run a legislation through law and order, budget and finance, health and education, human services, and RDC and Nabakiatit and the council to fund our animal control officers so that we can enforce these laws regarding animals that are out there hurting our people and hurting property and doing havoc upon our Navajo Nation. And even visitors are subject to this. Even tourists are subject to this. Even folks that come to visit our family members are subject. They don't know who's got vicious animals. Usually folks that live in the community know who owns vicious animals or who's got vicious dogs. And and I reserve the rest of my time in case I need it, Shinanda. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 29 seconds. So with that, we're going to keep going down the list. We have Honorable T. Allen Begay, 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Madam Speaker, are we back on the main motion?
Yes, we are speaking on the main motion. You have 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I do support the legislation. Again, they make it sound as though one committee or the oversight committee is not doing anything. We have been working on this. It's just a matter of asking for the document, and developing the legislation takes time. I'm sure our legislative council is listening, And we have discussed this at last week RDC session, asking to drop an emergency legislation to appropriate fundings for the animal control program. And I'm also trying to increase the salary of rangers to attract more individuals to apply. So all of that is getting nowhere. So what is it that we can't do? That I've been asking for documents. We've been asking for documents, but it's just a matter of the process continues to be delayed. So I believe that the Oversight Committee is doing their darndest best to get these in order and so on, just so that we can present these documents before the Nomination Council. So I just want to clarify. So again, I'll probably say the same thing of what my chair had indicated, but maybe he has more, maybe authority or power, or that he'd be listened to more than some of us. What case. But yet nothing's been done. So Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Okay, on reserved time, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to Chair Rick Nez. After that, we do have a new player in the queue, and that is Delegate Carl Slater. So we'll go ahead and go to Chair Rick Nez at this time. You have 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Charles Noon. I'm just glad that we're having this discussion. I would like to, first of all, say thank you very much to our attorneys from our Office of Legislative Counsel for drafting these legislations for us and also these amendments throughout the day. And I did request a legislation, Honorable Vice Chair Smith Yahatzigi, in the amount of $3.1 million from UUFB. This is to hire more rangers, enforcement officers for animal control. We're waiting on documents. Our attorney's been waiting on documents, so it's not the fault of Legislative Council. I just want you all to know that. And I know these things take time, and last report we received, there was 160 legislations that were on backlog, so we're moving along. So as long as we're getting things done. Once this is approved, yes, we'll have, another law that's been approved by council. So thank you, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, we have Chair Naz who waived the rest of his time. We do have a new player in the queue, and that is Delegate Carl Slater. Delegate Slater, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Shemot. Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to echo the comments that Delegate Henya made regarding the haste with which we're passing the legislation. And while I think its plain reading is valid and good and has a lot of merit to it, in the fact that both the Law and Order Committee membership and the Resources and Development Committee membership both seem to be supportive of the legislation. In general, when we're enacting new portions to our criminal code, I think it's very important for it to go through the ordinary committee process. And even though Delegate So had initiated this long before this tragic recent event, it doesn't change the fact that it didn't go through that process, and we didn't get a Navajo committee meeting, which would have afforded us the opportunity to really speak with the acting chief prosecutor, the Department of Justice, I'd say people who work on this issue, the animal control program, and sadly, I'd say the victims, and I would count myself among that. I've been attacked by dogs when I've canvassed on the reservation in Kayenta, and I know firsthand what that experience is like, walking around a housing complex, and next thing you know, you got animals hanging out of you. It's a really disturbing experience. It's something that I had to receive treatment at Kayenta, the hospital there, and learned a lot about rabies, and luckily that we don't have to deal with that in general in this part of the United States. But coming from that perspective, I think we really need to tread carefully as we enact new laws and when there's these sorts of repercussions. The main identifying feature seems to be in what's producing these circumstances is a lack of enforcement, and it seems twofold. One is funding, and two is COVID. And so, for those who are listening at the Division of Natural Resources, definitely want to plead with you to support Chair Nez's, proposed legislation and make sure that we get all of the budget documents that are required for it, and also that the executive branch think broadly about ARPA eligibility for those government services whose efficacy, enforcement, what have you, was debilitated due to the COVID pandemic. And we make sure that we prioritize them in the next funding cycles that come forward. So I really appreciate Chair Henyo raising the flag of caution, but I also appreciate Delegate So for bringing this legislation forward. It's a very difficult decision for me to make right now because every legislation we pass is precedent setting. And the reason that we had to pass Delegate Begay-Shanola's legislation earlier today is because the council acted in haste and enacted CMA 16-20. If we had not enacted that legislation, the executive branch would have been fully empowered to remove the restrictions on tourists coming to Navajo, or would have had more latitude to adjust the public health emergency orders as necessary. And that could have enabled businesses to open sooner that primarily cater to tourists and those off the reservation. So just as a word of caution to my colleagues, I urge us to think about not over-legislating when we have the opportunity and when we have the real hard reasons to do it. There's a pandemic, we have a tax going on recently, but remember that down the line, there's going to be unintended consequences to the actions that we take. And so that's what gives me the greatest pause at this time, even though the cause is worthy, the analysis seems to be there, and oversight seems to be supporting it. We know there will be unintended consequences. And again, it comes down to enforcement and the resources to actually perform that enforcement. And I'm really happy to hear that, again, Chair Nez is moving forward on that, RDC is moving forward on that, because we have laws against bootlegging. We have laws on the books for all sorts of issues, domestic violence, et cetera. But it comes down to, I think, a holistic approach to combating these issues. And a lot of them have very strong material underpinnings about people's resources to actually take care of animals and do these other things that produce safer communities. And that's where the government needs to intercede, not just in creating laws that potentially are punitive, but that support the community and the people as a whole. So thank you. Don't need to yield my time.
So with that, colleagues, we don't have anybody else in the queue, any new players. We have gone through reserved time. We do have some of our colleagues who do have remaining time. Delegate Eugene So, I did I did go back to you to see if you wanted to make any more comments or answer any of the questions that had been posed here. You said you would wait till the very end. Would you like to speak now before I go back to reserve time?
Ishashi, Koro, Isichana Dili, Ahit Adam Taki, Chupidari Tishi, O, Ale Ilmeho, read it in the Engisne, Kalahot, Transition. We need to ask, we have to answer that question. That's the reason for this legislation. Or Shahot Aid or Halid, I don't know. So, Nisa, she would have know that in my community, being a Shah or Navajo Nation, at Ilabana, so Anahalan. He's a Ohon, Miss Cosset Orchard for Halid Ado, Ado, Australia. Friendships, Nenahalan. I think she has an Iliad, and she doesn't count Nelia. He doesn't cut. He asked on the audit, no. Or think of the heat, Asian. But another kidney, the lead off, when he doesn't cut a lot of ways. Or was on the Holland, no, the Hanachi. So that I'll let out the decisions of a trade. I'll let you see. I don't hold out, or let out on hold. That's your thing, Blake. Oh, yeah, you have to say it. And then I don't know how you did not intend it. So, Daban, okay, that is a colleague. We need to start doing this. We need to start moving. With these legislation, we're lawmakers. We need to start making laws, and we need to enforce it somehow. So even now, the funding joys in the whole thing hasn't out. But there are some legislation pushing down the line again, regards to all these laws that are not being abided by, and also regards to funding opposite. It indicator. So there are some more down the line. Hoping because they should not be about on the same. Yeah, but then I should have treated them. I'm a council delegate, and I had to answer the questions of the people of the Navajo Nation. Even now, some case. This is really urgent need. RCU, it's vital. RCU, and so we need to push this through and see, and also pray that the president signs it. We need something right now to protect our elderly and our young folks. This young lady was only 13. Man alive, how long would she have lived and what she would have conquered? I just tried that. And the way the dogs kill me, like I told you, that's a bad way to die, I think, to have your body torn apart. We need to do something. We can't just watch it. I show this a council vote in front of you. So green debate. So if you're interested in thank you. American.
Thank you for that, Suzanne. Honorable Eugene Stowe. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Delegate Edmund Yazi, who has 3 minutes and 49 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Temp, Madam Chair, Speaker, and also my colleagues. I just wanted to say to my colleagues that there was a ruling that happened in federal court that gives our Indian police officers full jurisdiction over non-Indians. So that's a ruling from the federal court, and so that is also, something that's going to be good to help our law enforcement. I know in the past, Vice Chair Raymond Smith and T. Allen and Honorable Daniels, we were talking about combining all the certifications for rangers, game and fish, and for animal control and Navajo police to be in one. And we were working on that, so, that could also be opened back up again. I know in New Mexico, the New Mexico DOTs, the officers that handles these semis and overload rigs and whatnot are fully commissioned as state police officers now, and so they're also helping one another, which is benefiting, the safety of our people. And so, that was one thing that we were talking about, and hopefully, that council could take a look into that as well, to help the cause of providing safety for our people. All we can do, my colleagues, is just, with the victims that we've lost with this brutal, incident that happened, we, need to keep the family in prayers in our own way. And so I know when I heard about this, the dog mauling, and it just broke my heart. And, and so I'm glad that, even though there's a lot of restrictions that has been indicated, but at least the council has taken the step by voting, taking a look into this matter by producing legislations to, prevent any more tragic incidents out there. And so we'll continue to pray for the family, and losing a loved one is tough. We all been through that. And so all we can do is show our support and our prayers, and continue to do the job that we were voted in to do so by our people. So that's all I would have to say, Madam Pro Temp Speaker. I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time, ma'am.
So with that, we do have Delegate Edmund Yazzie, who waived the rest of his time. We have two delegates who have reserved time at this time. We have nobody else in the queue. Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and I want to thank you for stepping up to the plate to fill in for Speaker Damon. Although, just listening to all the debate, I do agree that this legislation, if it had gone through the regular format, it would have been very supportive of it. Vice Chair Slater also indicated that there's no opposition from LOC and RDC, so I feel they are okay with it. So, therefore, it's just concerning because there are incidents that happen, especially the latest incident that happened at Fort Defiance, and that's a tragic incident. And so, but if we do pass this law and if it's signed into law without the resources, then it's just there. It's just there, and what happens now? So I'm just hoping that we would have done a comprehensive approach to it instead of piecemealing it. And but I really do agree with all the comments that are made. I mean, I have some small puppies at home that I'm a dog owner myself, so the impacts that might have on some of these puppy owners. So, but other than that, I guess I have no choice but to support this legislation. Although I wish it would have went through the proper channels, and we just need to move forward and just pray that we are doing everything for the nation. Reserve. Wait the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, we have Chair Jamie Henyo, who waived the rest of his time. We do have Vice Chair Raymond Smith with 1 minute and 29 seconds.
Thank you again, Pro Temp Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, once again, Nye for doing this emergency legislation. We did make the law available for law enforcement to act upon an offense, which is something that we did on behalf of making sure that law enforcement can respond and can take action right away, even though we're still talking about the other aspects of getting the animal control rangers and get them funding. I do support that. I do support the fact that they need additional resources, and I support the fact that there is need for us to also educate the vicious animal owners. Let them know that there is a walia, and if they continue to do that, they have bahila ko did it na che ha on sad now it I it that's so the and the dog so na che ha giana tichi on behalf of the future regarding helping animal control, Division of Natural Resources. And I'm not speaking against any committee or against any committee, not saying that they're not doing their job. I'm just wanting to with the budget so say it goes through budget and finance too. So we're still part of this on behalf of helping our law enforcement, animal control, any agency that we have our entities. Thank you. Yeah.
So with that, we at this time, colleagues, there's no one else in the queue.
Yeah, this is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, so with that, Delegate Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pro Temp Shmayaz Aaron, the 24th Councilman. This is a very important a way, but your party, she was ready to prepare to graduate. A way, it's like but your party, in this case, why, from a Fish and Wildlife Administration, never bring before this, and they should bring this issue before us, the councilman. I know, I'm pretty sure that they have some ideas what are lacking, what law needs to take care of this. Because the penalty needs to be taken care of very much, and then those laws needs to be accurate for the people's rights too. And evidence is the best not law against offenders. Even in your bahas, even in that in the tabahas, the Diago Petas Ani, Kizita Zogi, the Nepot Ego, Aro and the Ede, Pitbull, abandoned it all, listening to his son, and then he clinic to make the law to abandon the Pitbull. It's time to do it, even Rockwaller too. These are very dangerous dogs. It can attack. Even in that, Fish and Wildlife Ministry should be come with us before us as a council. So you buy it or city, about this and so then cities away what are the chance to be like. Chris with us that we have now. Oh yeah, I sit on the echo right now. Everyone saw anything that has street or the door is not like it should go there to ban him. So then saw the ban him that he got. Did or the end of him they attack this either. They even attack animals, horses, livestock, how they attack this. It also behind either. And if the law is right, and these laws can bring resource and we they could make money on it because of these laws. Do a good job on it. So let's do a better job and take care of this once and for all, making to law so resource can be available. Apikina Natoli. Ahul Soya Shmaya Pro Temp in Nashastida here, give me the floor and go back on mute now. Thanks. Are you all my time? Here.
Yeah, I should say Jimmy Yellow here. Thank you. So with that, committee members, I am looking at my text messages. I don't have anybody texting to speak. We also don't have anybody else who has asked to be joined in the queue. Colleagues, this is your last and final chance to speak on legislation 0088-21. Not
Chair
hearing
Pro Tem.
anyone? Oh, yes.
Thomas Walker.
I apologize, Shazad, Delegate Thomas Walker.
Oh, yeah, should say Pro Tem Speaker na kanina nigi siya ado hinan ado bishma saan ado ta isagi to tahasing ado handad na shigi also ito siya ko unsaho tahi klido na hata pinahal ko ado sponsor of the legislation and your co-sponsor ado agent as a whole ko kaya ba atyo ba hatisti ide kushin ke hotego hata isti given that the comment made by Chairman Henyo ADA kaya ko ani hota iba has ani adnifiki shota behas ani na handordnish behas ani ben on inda has digi kwege ben on nana adole at the shade bada has tido bada has done linigi dangerous activities ada a prevented or niti beniya ablaj behas ani a adad net do the holland it ko adad negi kwet adole konato legi bitsa e ba hoint ko akot end ahat nenigit be hodon nigi peso yar akedo obehas ani te idne akwage oyo nanta but it na loban saskis sunanta that's unfunded mandating policies and laws without any resources or funding to go with it to implement it, to execute it. Not up and not on not kid and not even shigi chinta ensign shinanta Chairman Rick Nez you had zigi outdoor out on city so up on date from the best of bandadot after the nahot igi ko shin to asking go she ego yat eto de Johnson ko eto de yata sa de hatisti jo nahot in ginafit edo hot in digido ni je kontati bandit ido yegon hitadisa Ishiben eight at kid seats in the kid be eager need lido be kid seats indeed be has on the nehegi to yego this hagi benenda ado dona to nifigi to a bits quite a ben yeko out then that yard peso ben on shigit arcade it over has ani that is nisto onas na doli ni ani hot an adventure ko then that hot aba hoin ido le chahat ni to ayat ko ajugo hot ayet sad the hatisti asian sakis lawyer satta ko ide hotela speaker pro tem let's see chawin agi che
It has it or not this kid or comment.
Okay, with that, again, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the lineup. I don't believe there were really any questions that were asked, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Honorable Eugene So if he would like to say anything at this time.
Che con fantia si chito fansi tito sabe cheni kre. So da iako on has tito na hajin shay that to ali on fuck chesa ni shito. Every night she had to the my colleagues. He personally announced will be in the memory of a lady, seductive young lady. She Tohago Chibiki Pizza Lisha Rose Upshaw, and our condolences to her mom, Marissa Jones. So indeed, it only honest for Pesheni Kuri Hachat the shared Hidini. And I wish the president would sign it too. Pretty sure there will be more that we can add on later on as we go forward, like you all mentioned, or you all recommended. But actually, not all these college. But actually, even at Agid, so that's where we're from. That's what we do as a council delegate. Try to answer to the question of our Navajo Nation voters and our community with something that's not very urgently needed. Madam Chair, thank you. Also to thank Madam Chief Dana and Tabahi, Loreen Xiaolin. Can't get her name. I'm sorry about it, but share with this BB Nizogi, Sydney Zogi, Tabanasi, Nanish Zogi, share. Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, again, we have no one else in the queue, nobody on reserve time. I think we are ready to vote on 0088-21. Manuel, can we go ahead and have a second reading?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have two amendments. Amendment number one, page 4, line 20, insert the following new language. At paragraph E, after at large that, insert underscore any law enforcement officer or and underscore. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 2.1 on page 5, lines 20 to 21, insert the following new language. After designee shall pay overstrike $3,000 and insert new language underscore restitution in the amount of $6,000 and underscore. The same next sentence, overstrike $3,000 and insert $6,000. 2, renumber letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So we'll go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. Ms. Ubella, can you assist us with that at this time?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
No, Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable
Delegate
Raymond
Slater
Smith Jr.
green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay.
Winika votes green.
Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate
Nathaniel
Brown votes
does not-
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Carty via text votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo via text votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 non-voting.
Thank you, Ms. Uvella, for your assistance during this time. So with that, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, legislation number 0088-21 does go across the street to the president to either sign or veto the legislation. So with that, we are now at item number 7 on the agenda, close of the session. Before we call for a motion to adjourn, I'd like to ask my colleagues, are there any announcements that need to be made at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to adjournment. I need a motion and a second to adjourn.
Delegate Rick Nez, motions.
Second, Juanica.
Second by Otto.
So with that, we have a motion to adjourn made by Chair Rick Nez, second by Honorable Edison Juanica. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time to the vote. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us one last time with the roll call vote, please? One last time for the evening, I should say.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon does not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nair.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nair.
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Edmund votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 non-voting.
Thank you so much, Ms. Uvella, and thank you, staff, for your assistance. So, colleagues, we have 21 in favor, 0 opposed. We are hereby adjourned at 7:59 p.m. Be safe out there and have a good week.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.